in a little bit. She'll be co-hosting with me. And in just a few minutes, we're going to go and visit President Sarah Turner, and she's going to give everybody a welcome and kick off this event. I want to give a shout out to Perino's class at Madison Park Vocational and Technical High School. Hope you're all well. We'll be visiting a locksmithing first, right after we hear from President Sarah Turner. Just gonna let everybody know what the schedule is. We've got these live presentations, demonstrations. We'll be meeting students and talking with faculty. Today, as I mentioned, locksmithing at 10 o'clock. We are also going to have a presentation from Kristen in the gallery. And then we're going to be going to Preservation Carpentry at 11 a.m. And 1 p.m. we'll be going to Bookbinding. At noon, President Sarah Turner will be hosting a discussion on North Bennett Street School, past, present, and future. 1 o'clock Bookbinding. 2 o'clock will be a folded book follow along continuing education class with Aaron Fletcher. And at 2:30, there is a seat weaving show and tell with Sue Muldoon. And then we'll wrap up the day with the Director of Development, Colleen Walsh-Powell. Okay, so hopefully everybody is all in. And right now, I'm gonna switch this camera around and take you on a tour of North Bennett Street School. Welcome, everybody. And here we go. That's the gallery. Hey, Ron, hey, Kristen. And the provost's office is to the left of me, the business office to the right, locksmithing on the right. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, Rob.
How are you?
Good morning. Wow, it's amazing. I'm hearing Rob come down the hall, and I hear that about 400 people are coming with him to the open house. So even though many of you will be having sort of an individual experience logged in from home or from work, know that you're joined by a wide and rich community of people who are tuning in with you to learn about the North Bennett Street School. My name is Sarah Turner, and I am very lucky to be the president of this 139-year craft and trade school in Boston's North End. Rob just gave you a quick walk up the hall, but over the next 3 days, you are going to get to see our shops and the things that we make and the things that we fix and repair. You're going to get to talk to students and alumni and faculty. I think Rob has mentioned you can engage via the chat and the Q&A function. And although we so wish that we could have you here in person, it's pretty exciting to get to think about how many people we can have joining us from all over the country, even internationally, because geography is sort of changed in these new times. So it's terrific to have you with us. The 3 days are open. You can dip in and out for the things that you're the most interested in. I know that today you'll see locksmithing and bookbinding and preservation carpentry. Later in the afternoon, you'll have a chance to take some free classes if you would like with 2 of our continuing ed instructors. Towards the end of the week, Kristen Odell, who's one of our co-hosts, will have an alumni panel. So you can hear from the folks who have been through the education and what they're doing now. And throughout, I hope what you'll learn is about a school that has been adapting and innovating for 139 years. Very first trade school in the United States, teaching in the crafts and the trades, teaching things and training people so that they have skills for their lives, for their livelihoods, and for contributing back to their communities. All of those notes will get hit as a full picture really an incredible school starts to take shape. We're standing in Boston's North End. Rob will give you a lot of great views of our two buildings that sit side by side. And at noon, if you would like to join me, I'll be putting some of this in a historical context, talking to you a little bit about where North Bennett has come from, what we're doing now in these times of change and adaptation, and where we're headed. So welcome. Thank you so much for coming. And I know you're in very good hands with Rob, our Director of Admissions, and Kristen Odell, who works in our gallery and puts on our public programs. So they will be your guides, and they, with the students and faculty, will show you just about everything that we could show you if you were visiting. So enjoy the days, and I hope to see you at noon and again on Wednesday. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, Sarah.
Have fun.
All right.
Bye, everybody.
Okay, so we are going to head to Locksmithing and Security Technology right now. And here is my friend and colleague, Kristen Odell, who'll be joining me as a co-host.
Hi, everyone. Welcome.
How's it going?
Good. We going on in here?
Yeah, I think Barb Baker is going to show us some of these panic bars here and some of the history there. Hey, Barb, how are you?
Hi, Kristen. How are you?
Good. How's it going?
Good. We got a live audience with us here.
Hello. Yeah. Okay. So welcome to Locksmithing and Security Technology. I know this is a pretty exciting day for all of us because we've never done this before, a virtual open house. So why don't we come on in? And actually, before we come in, let's take a little look at a display that we have here.
I love this.
Yeah.
I remember the day that Bob was putting this up. It's so cool.
Yeah. So this is a display showing older styles, in many cases, exit devices. Some people call it a panic device, some call it a crash bar. The exit device was invented in the early 1900s by three men, Vonnegut, DuPont, and Prinzler. And they invented and produced the first exit device as a result of a terrible fire in Chicago at a place called the Iroquois Theater. And 600, I believe it was 602 people died. Don't hold me to the numbers, but many people died. And so this group said, we've got to do something. And so that's how the exit devices were born.
Wow, I never knew this. This is the first time I'm learning this.
Yeah, in locksmithing, many times things change. And you could probably say plumbing, you could probably say wiring. When a tragedy happens, a lot of times there will be a resultant code change or a different way of doing things. So this is an example in locksmithing of that tragedy happening.
Gotcha. Yeah. I love these.
Yeah. So should we go in?
Yeah, that's great. We'll follow you.
Oh, you're so wonderful.
Okay.
I love your mask too.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, it has keys on it.
Yes, it does. These are bit keys. So come on in. This is a school, so we have lockers for the students, and we have bulletin boards. So it is a school. So we try to keep communication board for different items of interest, and then so a student can choose a locker. Right now, most of the students are on their break. We do start early in this program, so by the time 10 o'clock rolls around, we're usually hungry. And
what time do you start? 7?
we start at 7:30.
Yeah, 7:30.
So it's a little quiet in here right at this moment. This first space that we're stepping into, this is the classroom that that the instructor can teach a concept about something that the students are going to learn. And we've got support materials that I, as the instructor, can use. We've got a whiteboard. We've got a pull-down screen that I can do some projecting onto. We've got all the programs now have high-definition TVs so that we can show different source material on this high-definition TV. We're doing things, we're trying to stay a little farther apart from each other because of COVID, and it's no fun at all, but we're giving it a try.
I know, I want to just shimmy right up next to you, but I can't.
Exactly. So in the classroom, that's what we can rearrange these tables as needed. Usually they're pushed apart and each student can choose their own place to sit. We have them pushed together right now because we were doing a project and we needed a large surface. So we have in the classroom and in a traveling laptop. So in the classroom, we've got a computer for students to be able to look up resources online. This is really how lock shops are operating now, is not so much with paper materials in binders, but sometimes because there's nothing like paging through a binder, but often we're looking up and trying to find what part is that? What's the part number? Where do I order it? So I've built up an online resource library to help train the students on that. So we can see there's a little order, that little whiteboard there. I'll throw up some parts that we need to order, and then the students are tasked with trying to locate those parts.
I can see that as being a main part of locksmithing, is just searching for the right tiny little part to something.
Yeah,
That's huge.
yeah. There's the hardware is wide and deep.
Yeah.
There is so much of it.
That's why you have this beautiful catalog wall over here that I love.
Yeah, this represents an older. This represents the binder, the paper library with the binders. It is still useful to look through those. Many times as locksmiths, we'll be out in the field and we'll be looking at some hardware that we've never seen before. And we may have to find out, well, what is this? That can be helpful to have an older library to see, can parts still be sourced for that? So it's not.
For somebody who might not be online yet.
Or that maybe the manufacturer of that product dropped it offline.
Yeah.
And they no longer include it in their present online resources.
For everybody at home, locksmithing and security technology, the field in and of itself is one that probably everyone has used. We all use doors and locks every day, but maybe it's not something that people think about as far as something that you train to do. And as far as I'm aware, the Locksmithing and Security Technology program at North Bennett Street School is singular in the world as a place that trains people for locksmithing with the amount of hours that it takes. I think it's upwards of 900 hours of training for a field where there is really a lot of high demand for skilled labor. Can you talk about that a little bit, Barbara?
Sure, Rob. I did just kind of launch into, I didn't give a very good overview of locksmithing.
We're close to the mountain.
Yeah, so, yeah, this is, workers are in high demand in this field. The field is, they're calling it, that's graying out. Many locksmiths that have been working for decades are starting to retire. They've been retiring for a few years. And we do need people to come on into the industry. So So there are a lot of jobs out there for people that have received training, such as you would get here. We do have, we are heavily hands-on training here, and that's not to say that you can't go online and receive training in other aspects of the industry, that we all do it too. So we're heavily hands-on here, as all the programs are, and we can, let me give just a little overview of locksmithing as it stands today. It has become divided into some defined sections. One of those sections is to be a shop tech locksmith, where you would actually work in the shop, handling people walking in, preparing hardware for the service technicians to take out to the job site and install. So shop tech. There's also mobile service tech, which means you would be the technician that is going to go to the customer's location, do a repair, do an installation, take care of lockouts, whatever is going on with that customer. Automotive is another division in locksmithing that has really separated out a lot. Years ago, locksmiths did all versions of locksmithing, including automotive. It's become so specialized and requires such specialized equipment and training that has become its own side industry almost in locksmithing. And then we also, in this industry, there's safe and vault work, and there's actually a side industry that a person can choose to go into, and you would go through training called SAVTA, Safe and Vault Technician Association training. And there's a lot of certifications to go through to work on those bank vaults and safe deposit box banks within a vault. So that's a very interesting part of the field as well.
So Barb, I feel like with the curriculum, you get experience and exposure to many of these things where you're going to pick up skills, you're going to pick up some confidence, and then you're going to learn along the way what you might want to do when you get out of here. Do you want to be a road technician? Do you want to, you know, try and get a job at a university or a hospital? Or do you want to work in a coding lab or things like that?
Yeah, and that's correct. It's hard to know sometimes when you're learning anything new, whether it's the right fit for you. And of course, we try to have students come in that all indicators point to it being a right fit. But you still have to decide, well, do I like working at the bench, or do I like being up and down and climbing ladders and being down on the floor? Do I like that better? Or when the representative from the automotive industry came in and gave us an overview, including with equipment, ooh, did that light a fire under me? Did I really prefer that? Or when we start learning how to work with safe dial combination locks, did that appeal to me more than anything else? So what you say is absolutely right. This is a great way for someone to get a feeling by getting their hands on it, which division of the industry they think they would like to work in. Now, depending on what direction you decide to go, either as an intern with the lock shop during school or after graduation, there's still, your learning curve in this industry is still steep. There's so much hardware. There's so much to learn. There's code information to adhere to. So when you go through this program, though, you're able to hit the ground running. You're able to quickly learn the hardware you've never had your hands on, because you understand the umbrella theory and a concept of what it is you're working on.
So would it be fair to say that while you're in the program, you kind of learn how to be a problem solver, or do you arrive sort of as a problem solver and then it builds, or is it both?
We have students that would fit into both of those scenarios. Some people just are problem solvers, and some need to learn that. And so we try to help you learn, we try to teach that. Part of what a person can really do for themselves to try to learn how to problem solve is to put their phone away, put their technology away, put everything aside, put everything aside in order that you can let your mind really flow and not be distracted by external information or external contacts trying to get you to pay attention to something external. With problem solving, you're really trying to go through a mental flow chart. And so if you can allow yourself to focus on what you're working on in front of you, it can be really helpful.
That's great. Thanks, Barb. I think we might have a question from the audience. So we're going to try and see what that question is. And then, Barb, will you show us around the space here?
Absolutely. So this is our classroom. This area on the left is called the access zone. And this is an area for learning electronic access control. We do have fully outfitted training set-up on that kind of faux wall over there. And then I'm outfitting this area as we speak with more electronic hardware that's going to require programming and hookups. And we've had some very generous industry donors have started sending me some hardware for that. And we did get interrupted by COVID, but it is being worked on we're using this area. I am building it up some more.
That's great. Yeah, we get questions about electronic access a bunch, and I think that's towards the end of second semester because you focus on the mechanical. And I know we've had conversations in the past, Barb, about that there's always a mechanical override in a system, even if it is the most advanced possible, even if it's on Star Trek, that underneath something that is an iris detector, there's a mechanical override.
Yeah, let's say the result of the electronics talks to something mechanical almost always. And so that's why this program still is heavily mechanical, but we are instituting more electronics into it. I have generated a series of diagrams for electronics and what's a relay, and we've done this class right here. We spent a nice about 4 days working in the access zone, really using meters, hooking things up, understanding relays, programming some keypads and making things work. And we learned our way all the way to the end result of typing in a code, watching that electric strike, click.
Hey, I just saw a question. Someone is interested in knowing, do we rebuild antique locks here?
That is, we take a look, we spend a day or two on antique locks. It is something to know about because this is an old area of the country. This is, there are a lot of antiques. We do, as locksmiths, we need to caution our students and we need to have our students, when they become locksmiths working in the field, caution their customers that if you're relying on an antique lock for security, it's not a great idea. Okay, so you want to have maybe antique locks for the clock cabinet or the China display cabinet, you know, things like that. So we do a little bit of work in it.
I see one over there. Is that what I'm looking at?
Yeah, that was a gate lock from, I think that one was from the old Charles Street Jail.
Oh, yeah. No, fancy hotel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, Plowman said he was thinking about trying to file down or remake a new key for that.
Yeah, that was something that a lot of times the students will have some side projects that just out of curiosity, like, oh, well, you know, maybe I'll give them something, or maybe they'll see something that they want to work on. So that was a side project that Plowman became interested in.
Nice. And I'll show that on the camera if I can when we walk around. But will you share with us what happens in this room, Barb, when new students come in? Because I think there's just so much mystery. I know you have a vocabulary that's specific to locksmithing with over 1,000 terms. Just give us an overview of what happens when people come in here as new students.
Sure. After we've learned some concept in the classroom, then we come in here to this is the bench room, and this is where the students primarily spend the first semester. So about half of the 9 months we're in this room. And so in this room, we learn about keys. And so we can see there's a key wall here. We learn about keys, because mechanical keys still are heavily used by, I'm gonna say most of us, all right? And so not only, this is a representation of what a key wall in a shop would be like. It's a little bit smaller than what would be in many shops, but it's part of their training is to understand how to find a key on this wall. And so that's being very useful. So we learn about keys, and then we learn about cylinders. And this is an example of a cylinder. So a key goes into a cylinder, okay? And so we learn about keys, and we learn about cylinders. And as a matter of fact, my student here, am I allowed to say your name?
Yeah.
Okay. I just had to double check. This
Viet.
is Viet. And Viet right now is, he's doing great. And he comes in every day just excited to learn. And right now he's learning about a high security type cylinder. So these are extremely popular and heavily used by many companies, and sometimes in the residential world. Well, you know, often in the residential world as well. So he's, we talked about the concept, and he's exploring right now. What do you think so far?
It's crazy stuff. It's pretty cool. Yeah. I don't know. It's, yeah.
Great. Great. Truer words were never spoken. And so we've got keys, cylinders, and Viet is exploring that. And then if we, and each student starts with the same toolbox in this program, and expertly outfitted by Kristen.
Oh, that's right.
I did want to ask you about these, and this is not a self-serving store plug by any stretch, but they're incredible toolkits. There's a full set over there that we could probably go around to.
Sure.
But this is something that you start with, and then when you finish this program, you can go to work with this toolkit.
Oh yeah,
Right?
you're ready to go.
Yeah.
How many tools are in this toolkit?
Oh
About
my gosh.
Dozens.
268?
Yeah, if you count the little pieces, maybe.
I never counted them.
I haven't either. I mean, there might be a total of 60 items, specific items,
Could
tools.
be.
Yeah,
It could be.
it's a really cool kit to put together, I'll tell you.
That's
Yeah.
great. And that's just, I think, one of the ways that we set our students up for success. You know, we're here to train people for careers, and you need high quality tools in order to get out there and do the job.
Yeah, they need to be outfitted with the right tools, and there are, many of the tools in here are I would say common hand tools that a person would need for a variety of industries. But then there are a number of specialized locksmithing tools in here that you truly have to have.
Mhm.
So that's pretty cool.
The other thing about these is that because locksmithing is a 9-month program, having these kits ready on day one enables everybody to start at the same time, so they're all moving at the same pace, and it's just a more efficient process that way, right?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. I can never thank you enough for how skillfully you set these kits up there, and so we truly are ready to go on day one.
Yeah.
It's great. If I could just add, out of all of the programs, locksmithing is the very shortest one, hour-wise, to get through at that 900 plus hours. So it's pretty fascinating. I think that the different lengths of all the full-time programs, 9 months, 18 months, and 30 months, are really about what is the amount of time that faculty in the school believes you could get the right amount of training to then go out and be employable. So this is a great turnaround. And I also feel like with the concept of time here, what I hear very often from students is that time goes very quickly, but also slowly. And they, can't believe, like, oh my gosh, I'm about to graduate. I'm heading off to a job. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and this, should we show them this?
Oh, yeah, sure.
So Viet and his classmate, they actually added a little electronic access control to this cabinet.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
Oh, and this is one of the things that we have been using on the skill test too, isn't it?
Yeah, except now it's operated, there's an electrically controlled lock in the back.
Oh, that's cool.
They learned all about working on cabinets, and you guys did a great job on this.
Yeah,
So,
and they've only been here since September, right?
September.
yeah. Yep. So that was kind of a fun project. And Locksmiths, we do a lot of file cabinet and cabinet work. So for those of you that do not want to sit at a computer all day and you'd rather act like maybe a contortionist, crawling inside cabinets and taking drawers out, and you really have to move around a lot in locksmithing. If that's something you like, this is great for that.
That's
So
great.
come on this way, Rob and Kristen.
I just recently met a firefighter who would be interested in this program to supplement his, he's a plumber by trade, firefighter once a week. And the missing link is knowing how to be a locksmith.
Yeah, and the firefighters, they're in a unique situation with their schedule. So that's something that Rob would very clearly and carefully discuss with them about their schedule. They're on some kind of a rotating schedule. So
Yeah.
it can definitely work as long as the person is understanding of how we're trying to run our schedule here. And can they, for a short amount of time, arrange their schedule to mesh with that? I've had other students, not firefighters, but in other industries, that they maintain their full-time job while going to school here. But what they did is they made an arrangement with their employer to allow them to modify their full-time schedule until they could get through school. So, all you ever have to do really is ask, and you may be surprised at what your employer will go for.
And I'm guessing, Barb, and correct me, would this be maybe somebody who's in a facilities job somewhere where this becomes a complementary skill
Yes.
for the institution, and so they're interested in in supporting that, so they'll have some flexibility in the schedule.
Yes.
Cool. And then our schedule is it's 7:30 to 12:30, 5 days a week.
Yes.
And
Yep, 7:30 to 12:30. We take a little break at 10 because we're hungry by then. And then we're back at it.
that's great.
I want to walk you down along these machines here. So keys, cylinders. We also learn how we step the students through hands-on using key machines that would appear in a shop. Yeah. Key machines that would appear in a shop. And then how to stamp keys, which is harder than it looks at first. And then it's easy. Then you go, what was the big deal? It's easy as it looks. This one's just here as kind of a museum piece. But this one, I like leaving this one here because it really shows that many years ago in this industry, locksmiths actually were machinists. Okay, and this is kind of, you know, a breechboard milling machine, which is much bigger. This just smacks of how that machining industry would have been. So this is kind of a, you know, hats off to you, prior locksmiths, because they really were hand making a lot of things. This machine here, this is a key cutter. And this one, we can run this one from the membrane keypad, or we can run it by talking to it with a computer. So this is, once we step through the various machines and we get to this one, this is going to be very important to learn how to use this machine, because most shops are going to have a setup like this. But we don't start with this because all you have to do is type in a number and push a button. So
Yeah.
we don't want to start with this one. You don't really know what the machine is doing until you get stepped through the program. Then when you do use this machine, you do know what it's doing. What if it's doing it wrong, or what if you typed in the wrong thing?
So in a sense, my analogy is you're teaching people long division so that they thoroughly understand the concept. And then once they do that, they can go to a calculator for ease of use and production speed. But if ever there's any kind of challenge where they have to figure out, hey, why isn't this working? Or if the electricity goes out, they'll still be able to operate for the most part.
Yeah, that's a great analogy. This is another, this is a high security cutter that we delve into toward the end of the first semester. And this is a machine that we're going to use. We use this to duplicate automotive keys. Okay, so we haven't got this is toward the end of the first semester.
Sorry, quick question. Why is it just specific to automotive keys?
It's mostly out of automotive keys that have the side winding cuts running up the length of the side. So this is actually like a little milling machine, which is pretty cool. And this is kind of like the granddaddy. When we get to the end of the first semester, we use this machine for automotive, because I do have some automotive cylinder training kits that the student essentially gets bags full of tiny parts and they have to put it all together and make it work. And the training kits, they're beautiful. They step you right through it, but you still have to understand it and make it work. A couple more machines here for tubular. And we do have, locksmiths use key punches quite a lot. These are beautiful. You don't need power. You can bring it right on your truck, right to the job site, click, punch out the keys, and they make a beautifully cut key every time. So these are very popular. And then this shows, we have a lot of resource materials for the students to use. These are all specific kits for different type of cylinders that we may be working with.
Are we checking out the installation room?
Yeah,
Oh, great.
I love this wall behind you too, Barb, of all of these mortise locks and sort of, I think there's this theme of like the old and the new all the time.
yeah, so I, maybe not so briefly, but I talked about keys. The key goes into the cylinder goes into a lock, okay? So this is an example of a lock body. So a cylinder, this would be in the door, you don't see it, you would only see the edge. The locksmith will thread the cylinder into this. Then when the correct key goes in the cylinder and turns, then the back end of the cylinder is going to mechanically do some actuation inside this lock body. So key, cylinder, lock. All right, so this is, and we delve into the locks pretty deep. We get a good understanding of those.
I love these buttons.
Yep, so those are, many of these are pretty old, but we hang on to them just to do some exploration. Yet modern mortise locks do have the hub toggle here. My office door has one on there.
The has these.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah.
shaped like the buttons, it's shaped more like a toggling,
Oh, right.
like a
Like a switch
teeter-totter
or
kind of.
something?
Oh yeah, my door has that too.
Yeah, so, and that brings to point another thing that in the semester one, and we reinforce it in semester two, is the locks are not all the same. It might be the same brand, but they have what's called a function. And so that's something that the student has to learn. We have knob locks to get our hands on, lever locks, deadbolts. So many of the door locking hardware that a locksmith would be working with out in the field.
And it's so methodically organized. That's what I love about your space.
Well,
Mark.
thank you. Thanks, Mia. Do you have?
Thank
so,
you.
Thank you for letting us hover around you for a little bit.
No problem.
Okay. Viet's doing great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Viet.
Yeah.
All right.
You guys.
Bye now. I think Viet is also working during his break, right?
Yeah, he is. He often does that. He's the first one in every day, and he many times works through his break. And he's working full time outside of here also. He's
Wow.
keeping a pretty aggressive schedule, and he comes in ready
Yeah.
every
He's
day.
always in a good mood. Every morning I
Yeah.
see him come in.
Yeah, he is.
You take a quick.
Yeah, I think we got a,
Yeah.
Yeah.
great.
So this is my love to see you. This is Eric, and Eric and his classmates are they're learning how to configure an entire access control system. And did you want to say anything of what you're up to?
No, I'm just gonna try to wire the keypad in.
Okay, so
Go
we'll
by the
just hold the
diagram.
keypad up a little bit. So he's going to wire this up. Now turn around the back of it. Okay, so this is what they're learning right now, and how to wire that up.
Nice.
And then, and go ahead.
Yeah.
So he's got wires here.
Mhm.
There's a power supply over there. Eric has already installed this equipment in the door here, and he's got an electric strike. Is it at your bench?
Oh, yeah, it is on my bench right now.
He cut that lock into the door.
Mhm.
He cut this electric strike into the frame, and he is going to wire this all up. When he gets everything wired up, he'll be able to program that keypad, and it's going to be it's a really great feeling to get it all working. Is this a fail safe or a fail secure?
Fail safe.
What's the difference?
Fails safe when it has no power, it's always open, and fails secure when it has no power, it'll be locked.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
All right, so he's has a wiring diagram. We went through all of that on Friday. We all drew our own, we discussed it and took a look at things in depth via the diagrams that I projected onto the high def TV. Then we talked some more about the electronics. We worked with some relays, didn't we?
Yep.
Yep. So how'd you like those relays?
It was cool being able to see the insides of them.
Mhm.
Okay. So some of these relays for training purposes, they're see-through enclosures so that you can see what's actually happening inside a relay when you actuate it. And an example I'd like to bring up about relays is when you do your wipers on your car, that click is a relay. So that click, okay. So being able to look inside a relay, it kind of says,
Yeah,
oh,
that's cool.
it's not that complicated in there. And as locksmiths, we as long as we're certified to do so, we do hook things up to relays frequently.
Mhm.
And that circuit board has a relay right on it.
It's great. And it looks like you have a kind of installation farm here with all of these doors that have blanks where you can just put something in and work on it. And then.
Yeah, the prior instructor, he was down at the Sargent factory in a while ago in Connecticut and saw some similar type of installation training bays. And he said, that's exactly what we need.
Mhm.
And so he instituted, when they moved into this building, they, all of these 2 training pods were built, and this was all configured brand new in here. And then when Eric and his classmates, right now we're working on aluminum material for those retail type stores,
Mhm.
storefront doors. And then prior to that, we were putting wooden slabs in here so that we could install those mortise locks or the knob locks or those lever locks.
Mhm.
So yeah, so it's really great. And then because of COVID, everyone's supposed to try to kind of stay separate. So they
Oh,
put some
nice.
plexiglass in between.
Oh, wow, that's
like
great.
it.
Yeah, so that's been, well, we're still here, so we think it's working.
Yeah.
Good.
So we have, you can see Rob and Kristen on these shelves up here. We have a lot of hardware that I step everyone through in a sequence.
Okay.
In order, okay, now you learn this. Okay, okay, well now we're gonna add this feature to it. And so all of the hardware, or most of the hardware, I try to number it. And so I assign it to a student, and they need to turn it back in hopefully good working order and with all the parts present.
Mhm.
It's
How do they do?
pretty, for the most part, they do really great. And you have to have respect for the hardware.
That's
You're
true.
on a customer's location,
Mhm.
you have to respect the hardware. They're paying a lot of money for that hardware, and they're paying a lot of money for your skills to install it.
Yes.
Speaking of labeling, I've noticed that just about everything in here is labeled, the doors and things like that. So sort of
Yeah.
to familiarize people with
Yeah, I think when we go back
In the
out,
main
I'll show
room,
you some
right.
I mean,
labels.
it's true. Every time I come in here, I'm seeing something differently or something identified, and that it's just a very barbed thing. I love it.
Well, and because it's a school, so it's almost like being in a public school. Maybe you're a young person, maybe you're in kindergarten. and things will be labeled. And that was kind of my thinking, is that when we all start, it's like, we're just starting so brand new. So
It's super helpful, and you have a lot of different little tiny pieces that go into your work here, so if you can see right away what it is.
yeah. And then so,
We just have a couple of minutes right before,
Yeah.
excuse me, Barb. And so I just want to read another question off from our viewers here for you as we wrap up. Yeah, there's people are watching, and one of the questions that I can see here is, where do people get jobs once they graduate?
yeah, well, the school itself has an online job board. Otherwise, you can go onto the various job boards that are available online. We have COVID threw everything off, but every fall we attend an incredible trade show out it had been in Sturbridge for many years. This year it was to go to Springfield, but COVID they canceled it.
Oh, Yankee Security.
Yeah, so the Yankee Security Trade Show and Convention happens once a year, and you will meet everyone in the industry in this part of the country at that trade show. It is heavily attended, so you will really build up your network of working with people. I also have lock shops calling here or contacting here pretty frequently looking for people. So once in a while, we're able to line up someone for an interview that may be geographically correct. If any lock shop out there is North Shore, Eric's gonna be your guy. The last thing we do in here, we install a lot in here. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Last thing we do in here, and we won't touch on it barely at all, is we have some training mounts. I have the cutaway mounts in my office, but we have training mounts to learn how to work with combination dial safes. So.
Yeah, that was a question earlier, but you had touched on it, that that's part of the learning curve here.
Yeah, toward the end of the program, really, we work on some safe deposit box locks, and we work on a couple different type of safe locks. So, and that is something, even if you don't specialize in that in the safe and vault world, as full service locksmiths, we still do change combinations on safes frequently. You don't have to be the full-blown technician to change a combination on a safe. So we do, so it's important that we go through that. Okay.
That's great.
All right.
Okay,
I
great.
don't have any other questions at the moment.
Okay, thank you so much for visiting.
Thank you.
Yeah, Barb, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Eric, thank you so much.
Thanks, Eric.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Barb.
so what we,
You'll see all of her labels out here.
All right.
let's see, so on this door here,
Mhm.
right here, so this is labeled.
The door closer.
Door closer. And this one, I've got some labeling here that shows the function of this lock
Mhm.
and what it is and the type of cylinder and what the cylinder is in. I'm locked out.
You're probably the best person that could figure out how to get back in. That's great. Barb, thank you so much.
Thank you, Barb. Thanks, Rob. Thanks, Kristen.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Kristen.
Yep, I'll see you
Yeah.
soon.
It's always nice to have you visit, whether for open house or not.
That's great. All right, I'm going to switch to me as we walk on to Preservation Carpentry. And I think we're going to go and say hello to Bob at the front desk as well. Want to just share with everybody also that we do have a February start in locksmithing and security technology. We have a February start in 4 of our programs. That is locksmithing and security technology, that is violin making and repair, jewelry making and repair, and cabinet and furniture making. We are still taking applications for all 4 of those programs. And we do have financial aid available for all programs as well. Tomorrow at noon, my colleague Jamie Durgay, Director of Financial Aid, and myself will be co-hosting a presentation around financial aid and scholarship to share with you the institutional scholarship here has over the years grown exponentially. And if you want to learn more, please tune in tomorrow at noon. And also, as always, you can check out our website at nbss.edu. So just on our way to Preservation Carpentry, we are in the foyer where we started, the entrance here, and I'm going to just switch over here. My apology for my finger there. Just going to switch my camera, and there we go. Hey, Bob, how are you? Bob is the first person that you're going to meet when you walk in the door as a new student. We can't really have visitors from the public right now. But when you call the school, Bob's the person that you talk to. How are you, Bob?
I'm good. Welcome.
Great. And you had mentioned before, yes, there's a mug. So, hey, Kristen manages the store that's behind Bob. And what I thought would be fun is just to get everybody engaged in the chat function. The first person that can write in the chat function what the year that the school was founded in, we're going to send you this mug. So go ahead and do that. And my colleague Sharon is monitoring the chat function. And there it is. The name went by too fast for me to read, but yes, thank you. And 1885 is the year that the school was incorporated. So founded in 81, incorporated in 85. So thank you for everybody for jumping in on that and appreciate that.
I'll get you the mug.
Yeah.
Bob and I will get you the mug. Thanks, Bob.
Bob also mentioned that we got these beautiful flowers here for open house. And I think that is connected to our very long history here when our founder, Pauline Agassiz Shaw, first came into the North End. She believed that creating aesthetic beauty in an environment would uplift everyone. And so she made a point to have flowers at the original North Bennett Street School site. And every open house, this is our 28th open house, first one that's virtual, we've had some beautiful flowers, and many times they're donated in that memory. And I think that's just such a cool thing. Okay, so Kristen and I, hey, how are you, Brian? Brian is on a mission. He is our director of student life and career services. I'm just
We're going up to Preservation Carpentry now, right?
Yep, we are, and that was me just tripping up the stairs.
Are we going to the PC classroom?
Yes,
first?
we are.
Okay, great.
So we're bringing you with, and I'll show you the hallway just a second here. And then I just want to do that other reminder again about locksmithing. If you know anybody who likes to take things apart and put them back together, and if they're the kind of person that can do it without any leftover parts, have them be in touch with us. We've got that February start and then another September start in locksmithing and security technology. All right, so we're going to go with Kristen, and we're going to head to Preservation Carpentry.
You know, which one are we going to? PC 1 or 2?
We're gonna go, I think everyone is in 2, and then at a point, we're gonna go to the lower bench room.
Okay. We're going into 2.
Do you see Stephen?
I see Michael.
Yep, so let's head over to 1. And then safety glasses with machines, right?
Are we going into the classroom? We're going into a machine room, much more safety glasses.
That's right. Yep, we're about safety in all manners of everything here.
Fog it up, I'm ready.
Okay. Yeah, let's walk over to the first year bench room. So this is the machine shop that we just walked through, and then this is a first year bench room. Everybody starts out here. Most years we have about 13 students. This year we started 7 students, and that is to maintain safety around physical distancing. It is a little bit noisy in here, and that's the way we like it because that's the sound of things getting done. Hey, Stephen, how are you? Good. So Stephen O'Shaughnessy is the head of Preservation Carpentry, also a graduate, and he's going to talk to us a little bit about Preservation Carpentry as a full-time program. It's an 18-month program that has a start every September.
Yeah, so every September we get a group.
Maybe we should go someplace that's quieter with all this
We can go to
noise.
the lower shop.
That's what
We've
we'll
been
do.
setting up what we call the lower machine shop around here, which is definitely quieter than our primary machine shop.
Oh, that's great.
Which is down here. We've got two first year students. Here, got us meeting room. Yeah, that's fine.
How are you? Good. I love this machine room.
I do too.
It's so clean, whether you painted the floor.
I painted the floors.
That's great.
Well, I was getting it ready for this this virtual training. The September, October, we brought back students from first year students to continue on, and I knew I'd have to put 3 of them into the space. So I had already begun cleaning, and I just was on a roll, and I decided to paint the floor.
Great.
That looks a lot
It's
better.
a lot better.
And I moved some of the machinery out of here so I had a little bit more elbow room. Anyway, the Preservation Carpentry program begins early September. We have a maximum enrollment of 13. With those, we begin with all kinds of subjects really relate to tools, tooling up, edge tools, putting edges on tools, grinding. And that theme, that early theme is what I've got 2 students from that are first year students that just began in early November are going to demonstrate and show you some of the skills that they've learned. They'll go on later this year to learn about more wood technology, joinery, door building, window sash building. They'll be out in the field with me in the spring on projects working on historic buildings. We document historic buildings as well as part of the first year. And this group also will learn intro to timber framing. And now with me, this is an opportunity for second year instructor Michael Burry to learn a little bit about the group that's coming to him in the next year by switching classes. Michael, who's a master timber framer, teaches intro to timber framing, and I take my second year students that I taught the previous year back for about 2 weeks, and I teach them intro to staircase building. And we do that every year. I get to revisit with students I've already taught, and Michael gets to meet some new students. And that's the gist of the first year, but there's a lot of small lessons in between all that we crammed into 9 months, but that's the gist. And so if you'd like, we can meet 2 first-year volunteer students who
Sure.
have peeled away to come into this space
Yeah.
to show you some of the skills they've learned on sharpening.
Stephen, if I could just ask you, because we have a live audience here and they're able to send questions in. This is one I also get all the time.
Okay.
What's the difference between carpentry and preservation carpentry?
Well, besides having twice the amount of time to learn, to develop skills, because carpentry is a 1-year program, 1 9-month session. Preservation is 2 9-month sessions in succession, separated by 3 months, typically 3 months, where many students go off into internships where they're using their skills they learned and continuing with them and earning a bit of money, but continuing that learning curve in between the 2 years. The other primary difference is that our focus is on learning about early architecture and also the skills needed to maintain and restore. As opposed to carpentry, their primary learning skills are developed on new construction and renovation of older buildings. Although the 2 instructors in carpentry now are graduates of this program, of preservation.
Right.
And they can't help themselves but to introduce some timber framing into their curriculum, and all the students are loving it. The feedback's very good. And so they're learning new construction methods, stick framing method, but they also have a segment which takes them back 150 plus years to learn about timber framing. The theory is even a new construction carpenter is going at some point to run into old housing stock, and they could be particularly old, where they have frames of this type. So they should know what they're dealing with. They should know how they go together, the joinery that's specific to them, how to appreciate what they are, and to have some skills to repair them possibly. And so that's fairly new to the new construction carpentry program. That's a 9-month. It's far more intense an experience for us because we have twice as much time. In the second year, there's usually 1 or more projects that involve not just new construction timber framing, but repair of timber frames, taking old frame and repairing it. That's something they don't do in carpentry.
That's great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And for our audience at home, if you're just joining us, we are now in Preservation Carpentry. That's our 18-month accredited full-time career training program where you learn skills and confidence in essentially what would be pre-1850 structures. We're with Stephen O'Shaughnessy, who is a graduate of Preservation Carpentry and is also the head of Preservation Carpentry. And we're with my colleague, Kristen Odell here, who is joining me as a co-host. And we're gonna meet a couple of students here who are gonna do some demonstrations for us. How are you doing? Great.
What are you doing?
Introduce yourself.
My name is also Stephen Grunewald, and I'm a first-year student. We learned the first and second week how to sharpen some of these chisels and tools. I'm still pretty new at it, but I can at least do a little bit of a demonstration. So we start off by flattening the backs. I'm just going to sharpen a chisel for this. Jonathan, if you want to introduce yourself. Just going to sharpen a
Right, I'm
plane
Jonathan.
Hey, Jonathan.
I'm also going to be sharpening, but I'll be doing a plain iron, and it's slightly different, but most of the steps are basically the same.
And are you going to be doing the plain iron on this machine over there? Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is the steel plate that I've never seen in action. I've been tripping over this.
Which means you have plates.
I think I've got rid of all of this.
Oh, you've got them all
I
gone
had
now.
one until a few months ago.
Right, these are 1/2-inch thick steel plates that I bought from a steel source, but then I had the machined to a pretty high tolerance of flatness. And so we're using these with adhesive back papers of different grits, depending on the need of the tool. This is a fairly new tool, and this is a demonstration purpose. But sometimes we come across tools that are really bad shape. Old, 100-plus-year-old tools.
Yeah.
In which case you'd have to spend a lot of time on these plates, establishing a flat. So go ahead.
Yeah, so this one's pretty new. So we're starting with 220 grit sandpaper. And you can actually, this one's already been done, but I don't know if you can see, pick that up on the camera. You can see where I have flattened it, and that's just the new edge. It just makes it certain that it's flat. So I know that it's 100% cutting flat to the edge.
I see. You're saying the whole
Yes.
underside
Yeah.
chip.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, it doesn't have to be the whole thing. It just, up to a certain
yeah.
point. And so you just kind of put a little pressure on it and just bring it across. You should start to see, it'll turn gray like that. Then we use the shop vacuums to clean that up a little bit and keep going.
So you can
but,
keep using this for how long? You just keep cleaning it out?
yeah, you can use it for actually a pretty long time.
Yeah.
I would say. Yeah.
And what grade are you starting with?
Because this is a new chisel, we're starting with 220, but if this was like one of the old ones that we restored, we'd probably start with something like, 100 or 160. Yeah. And so now that I've done that, I'm gonna check to see that the tip of the tool is square, which it should be. I haven't sharpened this one. Okay, it's not completely. So I need to make sure that it's square. I don't know if you can pick that up on that.
Yeah. So it should be because it's straight from the manufacturer, or because you've already done work to it?
I haven't done work to the edge on this one, but it is a new chisel. Sometimes they come perfectly square. It depends on if you pay more, then generally they are square and ready to go
exactly.
out of box. But this one, I know it's my first set, so I didn't really put too much money into it.
Yeah, that's
So-
something that you learn. That's something that they teach you in every program here. Every chisel, plane iron, they all have to be tuned up before you even use them. So that's step one is sharpening.
Yeah, and even if they do come sharp out of the box, it's still a pretty good idea to, at least the way we're using them, to just kind of tune them up and check them out. So I'm going to hold this. I don't really know how to explain this much better, but I'm just going to hold it flat to the stone on the edge like that, and I'm just going to bring it towards me, which sounds awful, but
Yeah, that sounds awful. And this is an oil stone?
yes, this is an oil stone, the coarse side of the oil stone. Is there another technical name for it?
Yeah, so this combination stone is a combination of, this is silicon carbide.
Yeah.
And this is aluminum oxide.
Yeah.
That's compressed into this man-made stone with a finer side and a coarser side.
And I've got a little oil on that too, sharpening, just keep it cool. So I do that, and then I'm going to check to see if it's square, which it is. Yeah.
So that didn't take much.
Yeah, it doesn't take much on the coarse side. It really takes a lot off.
Yeah.
And now I'm going to, so right now it's at,
I'll just borrow John. That's no good for it.
I'm going to check to see what the, what angle the bevel is at. So it's, which it is at.
And would you use a different angle depending on what the tool is or what the job is? Or is there a pretty standard angle that's?
It seems like there's a pretty standard angle. We've been learning that between 27.5 and 28 degrees is the best. These ones came as either 30 degrees or 25, and most plating irons will come as 25 out of the package. So I'm going to hollow grind it to between 27.5 to 28. That would be the next step.
Okay.
What are you sharpening these for? What are you using to, are you using this for carving right now? Or?
Yeah, just mostly we've only done a few things, and so far we've only used them. We made these boxes to
Oh yeah, for
just
your stones.
to practice the skills for our course combination stones.
Cool. That's kind of meta.
Oh, and you put the
So-
strap on the top of it. I love
Yeah,
that, the
yeah,
leather
Yeah.
strap.
Now you can see this is really messy. This was my first time, so I had no idea what I was doing.
Oh no, it
I took
looks
some
great.
chips out and stuff. But this was all cleaned out with a chisel, and then
Router plate.
a router plate as well.
No, it looks great.
So that's what we're mostly using them for now. We're still learning.
Nice. And then not related to our demo, we just had a question come in about what is one of the oldest structures, or what's the oldest structure that that the class has worked on. And I know Stephen O'Shaughnessy has just stepped out, but my guess on is probably early 1600s. And the students will sometimes visit and work on structures like that as well. I know there's a tour up in Salem that they like to go to where they can see the structure in all phases. And they'll go up there at a certain time and they'll rake a flashlight so they can tell what kind of tools were used, you know, hand hewn or machine or things like that. So just kind of cool. All right, so Stephen, you're going to turn on that Baldor.
Yeah, I don't know how loud it's going to be. So
That's okay.
Might not be able to do it, but so this this would be if I were going to joint, oh, not joint it. If I'm, yeah, if I were going to joint
the edge.
Yeah, if I needed to joint the edge, although I don't need to do that for this one because I just did it on the course stone right there. So I'm just going to go right to this, where I'm going to establish the angle on it, and I have it currently set to probably 28 degrees based off of this other chisel that I've already sharpened.
Joint the edge means to flatten it, like to make it square.
Yeah.
Like
That
say
would be
you
the-
had a chip in the edge or something, or there was pitting, and you want to get rid of that, you would just put it at that 90 degree that the fence is set up to,
Mhm.
and then take off as much as you need, and then you put the bevel on afterwards.
And that's to joint the blade. Wow.
So I'm still pretty experienced at using these things, so I tend to generate a lot of heat when I'm using it. So I like to keep a little tub of water here,
Great.
just to cool it down.
And we're all wearing safety glasses.
Yes,
Yeah.
you need to wear safety glasses, of course. So, I also have these things on the back just to prevent the metal dust from spraying up. But so I'm just going to turn this on. It's not too loud. You want to use your thumb kind of close to the edge. That way you can kind of sense how hot it's getting. That'll prevent you, well, we don't have an example of one, but if you press it too hard or hold it too long there, it can get too hot, and then you can actually ruin the temper on the corners or on the edge of it, and that weakens it. It doesn't hold an edge well at all. So you have to be careful of that. That's why I have this cup of water here, because it tends to get hot when I'm using it, and I just dip it in there for like a few seconds and wipe it off, and then keep going. So I'm just going to get started.
Okay.
Another trick that Stephen and Shaughnessy told us is that you can also hold it, if it gets too hot, you can kind of hold it to another piece of metal, and that'll just distribute the heat. Just another way of doing it. Since I'm just starting out on it, and there's not much of an edge, I don't know if you can catch that on camera, but when you tilt it like this, you should see a reflection on the edge of it, because there's no edge on it yet. It's still, flat ground. So I don't really have to worry too much about overheating at this stage. But once that edge gets, thinner and thinner, the heat, can ruin that really quickly. But right now, I'm just putting an angle on it. Oops. Oh, yeah, right there. That's what happens when you hold it there for too long. It gets dark. Now that's not so bad. That'll grind out pretty easily, and you won't notice it at all. But if it gets any worse than that, you have to joint it again, because that's really bad.
That's just because it got too hot.
Yes. So the steel closer to the edge is thinner, so the heat it takes less time for it to get hot and overheat. Actually, I would mostly wipe that one away.
Nice.
So now that you can still see a little bit there that I need to grind on that corner a little bit more. I've been easing up on it because I don't want to burn it like I did this one. But now that I have it at its angle, all I'm going to do is just sit here and continue to grind away at it until that line disappears. And then after that, I can move on to the next step, which I don't need to go through. This will take me like 15 minutes because
Okay.
I'm so new at it.
Yeah, sure. That's great.
But this is what you're ultimately going for.
Oh, you've got one set up
Yeah,
for
so
us.
you can
already.
actually see, that's where I don't know the term for it actually. But you can see that this is a very sharp chisel. I've used this one the most though, and so I'm just gonna polish it up a little bit.
Okay, that's great.
Actually, I'm just gonna go straight to, so there are 4 stones that we've been using. This is the coarse one. That's the one you start off on to joint it if you're, if you have to. Then we have, I actually don't have a soft white. Jonathan?
Yeah, you can use that one. Go for it.
The next level up from that would be the soft white, which we have here. And so if I were still going to continue with that, if I'd gotten it to, this next phase, I would go from that. I could go onto the coarse stone again, just to take it a few times over to get rid of any burrs. And then I would go to this one, soft white, and I would just essentially just be taking it. Well, first you need to put oil on it. You want to put a good amount on.
This is the first time I've ever seen one of those opened.
One of these open.
I'm always like shoving them out the door, but I've never seen. Also, that stone is not actually white.
Yeah, so I don't really know why that happens. Sometimes they're not, perfectly white. Steens are all white.
Mm-hmm. I think the material changed over the past few years.
Yeah.
Think he bleaches his at the end of every day?
Yeah.
That one's also seen a lot of use. That's why it's kind of gray. That's all metal. It's
Oh.
been taken off.
Yeah.
So I
But
actually
the
need to,
orange might be in the stone.
the
right?
orange is in the stone.
Interesting.
But I actually need to take that to a lapping plate to get rid of all that metal.
Mm.
Which
And
we
then
haven't
we'll show you the white.
So after this one, I'm not going to use this one. I'm going to take this chisel right here just to black surgical. But after that, we would go to, this is my hard white, although it's got kind of a pink tint to it. And of course, you dress that with the oil, and then I'll demonstrate how you would take it across that surface. This is my black surgical, which is the finest grinding stone that we go to.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just to make, the edge basically, razor sharp.
I feel like tool sharpening in and of itself, program by program, whether people use oil or water or what series of grits is all pretty amazing.
Yeah, and every program is some are using glass stones, some all water stones, some diamond stones.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the differences are or what the benefits are. I haven't gotten that far yet. But
Maybe it's just whatever it takes to build a timber frame versus a violin versus a piece of furniture.
Yeah. So let's see. So the technique for doing it, I don't know if you won't be able to see it on camera, but to tell, you want that bevel there, this flatness right here, to be flat against the stone the whole time. And you want to be very careful that you're not, lifting up or sliding it like off the edge or anything like that, because it can just ruin your edge, and then you have to go back to, coarse grinding and stuff like that. So I'm just gonna take it, and then the way you tell that it's flat is when you're getting there, oil will squeeze out of the end of it, assuming you put enough on it. And then I'm just gonna lightly put pressure just with this hand. I'm not gonna lift or I'm just loosely holding it with this hand. And then
Trying to find that angle by feel.
exactly. And then I'm just gonna bring it back. Now, since this is the finer stone, you won't hear the grinding or really feel much of anything. It won't feel like it's doing anything, but
you know that it is.
It is,
Yeah, that's a really nice sound, actually. It's silence, but it's so
Right.
sharp.
and then if this were, because this is the finer grain, I don't really have to do this as much, but you want to feel it to see if there's any burrs, because as you're dragging it this way, you're pushing steel up and out of the way, and it tends to catch on the back. And if you don't remove that, it dulls the chisel considerably. Like the difference between being able to shave with it and, not being able to. So to get rid of that, you would take it and you would hold it flat against again, you want to approach this carefully so you're not ruining your edge. And then you're going to hold it down and just kind of drag away quickly. And that can usually get rid of it. Stephen he goes like this a little bit, and that also works. You can alternate between the two.
Wow.
And then once you've done that, once you finish this stone, you go to what's called stropping, which is where you're dragging it across a piece of leather. And that just kind of, I don't really know what that's doing.
It's like buffing,
Yeah,
maybe
it's-
buffing the
it's-
edge in some way?
Yeah, it's basically buffing it, but I've noticed a difference between when I've not done it and when I have done it. So I like to do it. And for this, you're not as worried about lifting. You're actually, with a chisel at least, you're kind of digging it into the leather a little bit and just bringing it back and generating some heat.
Because there's no danger of the strop damaging your stone, right? Or your blade, right?
Yeah.
So wow, you really eat through those.
This one's actually just really old, so that's actually not the leather that's flaking away. It's
Oh.
like pieces of oil,
Oh, gotcha.
grime and stuff.
How long will that piece of leather last for you?
Well, I've had leather last for 5 years, maybe even longer.
And so this one, I've kept, it's best if you can keep this, you can sort of see this ridge in the middle. That just helps you see, what you've sharpened and what needs to be sharpened. So this one you can see, I can do better at that corner. You can kind of keep track of what you have sharpened and what you haven't. So this is the kind of what you're going for, basically.
Nice.
And that's
That's,
ready to go and carve with.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's all there is to it
That's
for us.
great.
Yeah.
Thank
That's
you
great.
for that.
Yeah, thanks, Stephen.
Yep.
Stephen O'Shaughnessy, we had a question earlier from the audience. What is the oldest structure that North Bennett Street School has worked on?
I think I'd have to recall a time before I was teaching and a time before I was even a student.
Sure.
And I'm aware of those projects. I just wasn't involved in them directly. But we have restored windows in my time on a house in Newburyport called the Coffin House, which is 17th century. I think the date they give to it is about 1668. That's the earliest, and you can't get much earlier than that. I think that the windows themselves were second or third generation. The windows were probably, from my memory, 18th century, probably dating from the 1750 to 1780 time period. No first period building from the 1600s have their original windows in situ, in place still to the weather. There are none. Too much time has gone by,
Sure.
I imagine. 340 years or something. It's a long time. But the windows we worked on were definitely 200 years old. And so that's probably the earliest building in my time of teaching.
By working on windows that old, and this is a personal question because I have old windows now to deal with. How much more life did you give them by restoring those windows in particular?
Everything is contingent on maintenance. That is the key. The key is cleaning and monitoring and touching up and painting. I mean, the maintenance is the key. If windows, vintage windows are maintained, they could probably go for 50 years before needing a major tune-up again, meaning pulling the old glazing out, removing the glass, inspecting and doing any repairs to the wood components. Windows that are 200 plus years old have survived to some degree based on the quality of the materials that went into them originally. This is mostly here in New England, eastern white pine, but the pine that are available to us today is not the same animal as pine that was available in 1780. Then they were still, to some degree, tapping into first generation trees, old growth trees, where the trees were growing very slow. There are tight growth rings, a lot of resin, and the joiners, the carpenters who were building the windows and doors at the time, were using the finest cuts of the finest woods. And that combined with the fact that they were slathered with many coats of lead paint. That's wonderful stuff, lead paint. And in terms of preservation of wood, it allowed them, the combination of that and maintenance, to survive for hundreds of years.
Wow.
Now you strip away, and we do often strip away every sign of the lead paint, and we're returning onto the surfaces in a lot of cases, latex paint, water-based paint. So now we really need to maintain, really need to monitor and maintain and continue to clean and paint if it has any chance of surviving, because we don't have an equal substitute to the lead-based paints. There's nothing that is quite as good because, but of course, we know the downside of the lead paint
Right.
aspect.
Yeah, poison.
Yeah, poison, that's right.
Yeah, and that's one of the pieces of the curriculum too, is lead safety.
That's right.
I don't know if you get into abatement at all, but
Well, we don't use the word abatement.
okay,
Because we're not really training students to go into that industry.
sure.
But we do train them to know the technique, how to safely work around it themselves, protect themselves, and protect the environment in which they're working. Because sometimes that work is done right at a client's property. It could be theoretically a wing of a house or a room within a house that people are even still living in. So all of that is now continuing for years now to the restrictions of the EPA monitored RRP, Restoration, Renovation, Painting certification. And we have our students certified here at North Bennett with those skills. But there's a segment to learn those skills, to learn how to remove lead from something like a window or two windows, and then we move on with our curriculum. And as they move out after graduation, probably working for a small business operation that does restoration, they're probably going to run into lead paint, and they'll have the skills and understanding, perhaps even more so than the owner of the company sometimes, how to stay safe and keep people around them safe. Yeah, so we do that.
That's great. Thank you, Stephen.
You're welcome.
Are we checking out the new comment?
I'm not sure, but I just wanted to remind everybody in the audience that I feel like there's a recurring theme here about what people are doing currently, what we're doing with older things, and there's a talk with President Sarah Turner at noon. If you'd like to tune in, she's going to talk about the past, present, and future of North Bennett Street School. So check that out. And then Jonathan, are you going to show us a demonstration around sharpening also? Oh, that's great.
I have a question before you leave, Stephen.
Sure.
Somebody asked this question earlier when we were talking about framing. Do some of the older construction homes use different joinery than present?
Oh, yes.
Older construction uses different joinery than present.
Yes, present joinery is what we call stick framing. And what it is all the materials are coming together that are manufactured. The wood is made to a set dimension, a 2x4, 2x6, 2x8, 2x10. And it's bought in certain lengths that are also predetermined, delivered to the job site, and assembled according to great tolerances, to careful tolerances, and great quality, probably good standard of quality in construction. But combined with nails or screws that are also used to simply assemble the frame of a house or any building. Different than that, if you go back to before about 1840 or so, 1845, since balloon framing, the first of the stick framing occurs in the Chicago area in the late 1840s. So in the mid 1840s, a big change occurs from building with timbers, heavy timbers at corners of the buildings, whether it be a home or a barn or any building, and then heavy beams stretched over and beams crossing to the depth of the building, diagonal braces that are all put together mostly with mortise and tenon joinery. And this is a good segue. The question is a good segue because what our second year students are doing for this event is laying out and cutting mortise and tenon joints, which you'll see shortly. So mortise and tenon in timber frames, what we call timber frames, comes across the pond in the 17th century, exists in some form to the middle of the 19th century, and then wholesale, very quick turnover to stick framing and the use of smaller dimension pieces set only inches apart from each other, with a load for the roof is separated through multiple components. Every 16 inches today, the rule of being 16 inches, that load can be transferred from a roof down multiple places somewhat evenly spread along a top plate, down studs, and onto the foundation. That was not the case prior to the 1840s, and certainly before 1800. Massive timbers, wide expanses of nothing but sheathing and siding, and then another post, and then
A lot of-
braced.
A lot of place for sagging.
Sometimes sagging, but roofs would handle that by having, instead of common roof system with evenly spaced rafters that are climbing vertically, set apart from each other, there was a different roof system in those timber frames, and that was called a principal rafter and purlin. The principal rafters were larger. They could be 6 feet apart, and in between, set into them was a ladder-like structure of horizontal beams dropped into the flush. And the sheathing boards would be vertical, running up the roof. Instead of a modern house today, well, modern construction has plywood, sheets of plywood, right?
Yeah.
But at the time, before the plywood, before the World War II or so, they used boards and common rafters going vertically and boards running horizontally up that roof. So there's a lot of changes. And these houses, these buildings, whether they be a home, a dwelling, or an outbuilding or a barn, they shared a lot of these same common ways of construction. And you could, these students, they learn from me, whether they like it or not, some architectural history to understand the time periods and how they align to the materials they're looking at.
Okay.
I want them to be able to sort of sleuth a bit and understand the way the buildings are built, places them into a certain time frame.
Okay.
That's great. Wow, thank you for that.
I didn't mean to spend. I'm gonna have to hop up to the store because I have a store pop in at 11:45.
Oh yeah, tell us about that, Kristen.
If you all meet me in the store in probably looking like 12 minutes from now, I'm going to be in the store showing you a handful of handmade items that you can buy on our online store.
Okay.
Or gifts or whatever you want to buy for.
All right, that's great.
So I'll see you there. I'm sorry I can't.
Thank you. All right, Jonathan.
All right, so a lot of the basic steps that Stephen already showed us are going to be the same for the plate iron. This one has a little bit of flash rust on the back, so we're going to want to get rid of that, because if it gets any deeper, it turns into pitting. Once you sharpen it enough that the edge ends up where the rust is and there's pitting, there's going to be little divots in the edge, and that'll leave a finish that you don't want, the wood bridges in the blade, and in the wood as well. So you want to avoid that, get rid of all the rust. Taking off a little bit of metal there, you can see it. And yeah, it looks like all the flash rust is gone. All of the marks that the sanding left are consistent, which means the back is nice and flat. So I'm ready to move on to the joining.
Okay, that's great.
So just like what Stephen did earlier, I'll be doing the joining on the coarse side of the combination stone. Put a little bit of oil on there. Now this is where the main difference is between sharpening a plate iron and sharpening a chisel, is you're going to want to put what's called a sweep on, which is basically a very small section of a circle. If you imagine a very large circle, and then just take a small section of that, you actually want the blade to be slightly rounded.
Okay.
And since this is new, it's most likely going to be square. I can check that with this combination square. Put it up to the right, and yeah, it's perfectly square. So we actually want to change that a little bit during the joining process. So I'll be putting it on here like Stephen was doing earlier. And just running it towards me. And now while I'm doing that, I'm going to bear down a little on one side.
And for people joining us, we are in Preservation Carpentry, our 18-month training program. And we're with Jonathan, who is giving us a demonstration on sharpening a blade for a plane.
So now I've cleared down this side a little bit to get the sweep, and I want to do the same on the other side, so it's a nice even sweep. And I try to remember how many passes I do on each side so that it ends up fairly even as long as I'm using the same amount of pressure. And yeah, it's already starting to take shape, but it looks like the right side could use a little more. Slowly go back and even them out, and we want to take a little more off. I've got a nice sweep on there. I don't know if the camera can pick that up. It's very, very small. But if I did it properly, you should be able to see a little bit of light on each corner.
Oh, that's great.
So that's what the sweep is supposed to look like. And the reason for that is so that when you're trying to create a nice smooth surface on the wood, you don't want the corners to be taking anything because that'll leave you with a ridge on the wood.
That makes sense.
So yeah, when you advance the plane iron out of the plane, and Stephen's actually got some planes set up for us here.
Yeah, these were some, so a lot of these planes that we first got to work with were donations to the school.
Okay.
And they came out of, I don't know exactly where they came from. It was like a warehouse.
Sure.
But this is what some of them started off as, you know,
Wow.
just totally caked in rust. And now this one isn't really serviceable. We can't do much
Sure.
with this because if we cleaned it up, it would end up looking like this,
Mhm.
which, although it looks clean,
It's pitted.
it's pitted all over it, and it would take, take just days of driving it over that piece of steel with sandpaper on it just to grind all that out.
Mhm.
And then I can't even get these two apart because it's rusted closed, but you can see just the damage that the rust does to the blades over time. If
Right.
you just let it sit there. And then this is one that was rusty. It looked a lot like this and a little bit of that, I cleaned up and got the blade in working order and everything. And so it looks nice and new almost.
Nice. Is that yours?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. And where did you find that?
This one was given to us
Great.
from the basement.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, so the iron on these planes here, this is the iron right here. And it's what comes out of the throat right here. And so when you put that little sweep on it, the corners are still behind the sole. This is the sole right here, the casting.
Okay.
And that way, there's no ridges left when you actually are going through the motion of planing.
Cool. Hey guys, I want to say thank you very much. I've got a transition to Kristen over in the gallery right now. She's coming up in just a minute. I know we were wanting to check out the mortise and tenon demo. We will do that for you at another time. For everybody at home, let's say thank you here to Jonathan and Stephen for the tool sharpening demonstrations and preservation carpentry. Cool, thank you guys. And then I just want to share with everyone that later on today, we'll be visiting Bookbinding at 1 o'clock. We'll be seeing the seat weaving show and tell with Sue Muldoon at 2:30. At 2 o'clock, it's the folded book follow along with Aaron Fletcher. And at noon is the NBSS past, present, and future with President Sarah Turner. And I turn you over now to my co-host and colleague, Kristen Odell, in the gallery.
Hey, everyone. I hope you all can hear me. My name's Kristen. I'm here in the school store. And I sell tools generally to the students in here. But what I'm going to share with you today are gifts and objects that are made by student and alum that you can find for sale on our online store, which you can get to at nbss.edu/store. And I have my mask off in here because I'm behind a partition. So we're practicing safety here first. So the first thing I want to share with you is these beautiful sketchbooks. And these I had made by bookbinding students. Michael Mira made these. He graduated this last spring. And so these are marbled papers also made by our bookbinding students. And I had these made because many of our programs require note-taking and often sketch taking. So these just are nice, clean, big sheets of paper for drawing, sketching. You can find these on the online store. I only have one of the marbled versions left, but I do have two others. These two are branded with the NBSS seal, which is nice. So these make great gifts for either your incoming NBSS full-time student, family member, or just your friend who likes to draw. This one is not made from paper at the school here, but it's just really beautiful anyway. These are 110, and they're big and sturdy and ready to go for a gift. So next object I want to share with you are these really cool flour sack dish towels that the illustrations are done by a spoon carver in Western Mass, but our own bookbinding graduate, Rebecca Lord Gardner, who owns Shepherd and Maudsley Studios in West Newton, she printed these for us in her studio. And they're just big flour sack towels. I think you all know the size of those. And so they're 100% cotton. They're $25 each. And I had them printed in a hot pink and just a green. So they're just really special, and I'm certainly going to have them in my home. So you can find these on the online store. These are a huge hit here in our school. I'm always getting, Sarah, our president, is always coming in and taking these marble bookmarks for gifts. I can't keep them stocked up. So these are also marbled papers that were marbled by our students, and they have these, they're stamped with our seal. They're all finished off with our favorite Studio Carta ribbon, who's in Brookline. Love her, she has the most amazing stuff. So I'm selling large bookmarks, about that size. These are $5 on the online store. I also have small bookmarks for $3.50. They're just awesome. And they're double-sided. So those are our marbled bookmarks. This next item is a book. It's the history of North Bennett Street School. It is called Rewarding Work. It's a history of Boston's North Bennett Street School. This you can find on the online store for $45. It's extensive history of our institution here, filled with pictures, historical pictures. It's a great read. Sorry, I'm failing at finding you pictures, but they're in here, I swear. And second to that are two handmade, hand-bound copies of Rewarding Work that you can find on our online store. This one here is by Jen Pileckia. Last year for our annual celebration of craft, our bookbinding program chose this, our history book, as their set book. So every student did a hand-bound version of this. So I have two to show you today. One is Jen Pileckia's. This is natural goat skin dyed by the binder with blind and gold tooling, goat skin onlays, hand-decorated end sheets, and silk headbands. And this you can buy on the online store for $9.50. I just want to show you her end sheets that I remember talking to her about these. She really wanted to create something that was very sandpaper in feel. I think she actually tried to use sandpaper, and it I think it made me gag a little, but that's just me. It was just too rough of a texture. So she came up with this beautiful simulation of sandpaper to sort of reflect the hand use and the hand skills in the school. So this is just gorgeous. And I hope that you can see that. Yes. And then the other hand-bound version of rewarding work we have is by our dear Greta Yanis. This one is, it's kind of like a chocolate purple marbled leather, hand marbled blackberry goat skin leather. So she marbled this leather, which is just to die for. Hand sewn end bands and hand marbled end papers. Yep, that is her marble paper. I'm pretty sure I have a bookmark in here that's made with the same paper, so they would make a good gift. Other things that she did on her book here, text block edge decoration. Oh yeah, she did graphite, I think it's graphite and gold leafing on the edges or on the top edge. She tooled the very edge of the book, which is gorgeous, using moon gold and shell gold. So this is just gorgeous. I think the text, the title is in moon gold, and then the edge is in yellow gold. So this you can also find in the online store at, once again, nbss.edu/store. A few other small items that I want to share with you are that you can buy for Christmas gifts. This isn't really handmade, so to speak, using our trades here, but it is a traditional Italian cookbook that was compiled by the people of North Bennett Street Industrial School in 1936. And it's filled with old Italian recipes that I believe were served in the kitchen at the industrial school, when they were in social services, or when this was a community center at one point. So in case you were wondering, in case there are recipes that you didn't know that you needed in your life, there's one here for cucumbers Parmesan style, just in case you're wondering. I don't even know what that is, but it sounds delicious. So this you can buy on the online store. I think they're $20. So I have plenty of those. And a few other last items that unfortunately did not make it to the online store yet, but if you're interested, you can email me at store@nbss.edu and say, I want that. And I'll email you back and I'll take your money and I'll ship it right to you. Are these tiny little hand-bound journals by McKee Berkman. She's a bookbinding graduate. These are just really sweet. They're pocket size almost. I have a blue-green marbled, and they're blank pages for writing notes in. Oh, that was the price tag. So I have a blue-green marbled, and I have a pink sort of ombre sort of color here. So if you're interested in those, you can email me. They are, how much are they? They are $38.50. And this last journal that also is not on the online store, mostly because I think I've secretly been keeping it off the online store because I've been wanting to buy it for a very long time, is this little perfectly sized journal made by Jen Pilecchia. That's this, crazy tie-dye paper that she made, and the speckled edges, which is just my favorite part about it. So this one is available here in the store for $45, and again, not on the online store. So just email me if you're interested in this one. I can ship this out for holidays. Again, the store, I think somebody just put it in the chat. It's nbss.edu/store, or contact me at store@nbss.edu. And these are all the objects I have to share with you. So I have my marbled bookmarks. I have my dish towels. I have some sketchbooks for whoever's drawing for you in your life. And our hand-bound copies of rewarding work. So please visit us on the online store and do your Christmas shopping there. And I'm going to turn this over to Sarah Turner and Colleen Powell. Hi, friends.
Hi, Kristen.
Thank you all, and I'll see you in a bit.
Sounds good. Thank you. Well, hello, everyone. As Kristen kind of transitions off, Colleen and I will come on to spend an hour with you talking a little bit about the school, past, present, and future, as you just heard. And I am sort of smiling here because I'm just marveling at watching the tools, the chisels get sharpened in preservation carpentry a moment ago, and watching the locksmithing tour that was happening with Barb Baker. The passion that the faculty and students display is just incredible. And I could listen to, refinishing hand planes and talking to Barb Baker about installing locks all day long. So I hope that you've had a chance really to enjoy, and there's so much more that will be shown over the course of these 3 days. My name is Sarah Turner. I'm the president at the North Bennett Street School, and I am here in the building right now. I say that because it's such a dislocated time of Zoom and all of us being spread out all over the country and even all over the world for today's attendance. But I'm here in the North End in the building, and you see behind me some pieces of furniture that were made by alumni and students at North Bennett, our cabinet and furniture making program. So just right in the heart of it, right here. And I also want to welcome Colleen Walsh-Powell, who is my co-host here for this hour. And Colleen and I are really fortunate to get to talk to so many community members as a part of what we do. So she will join me in helping to tell the story of how North Bennett became what it is now, and how we're writing ourselves in this kind of strange time. I think what today's hour will do will really put in context many of the things that you're seeing through the shops and the gallery visits and the student and alumni conversations. It'll put it in sort of the arc of 139 years of history. And so I hope that it gives you a good context for all the things that you see in the programs as you're going through these next 3 days. I just mentioned Colleen. I'm going to let her introduce herself in just a second, and I'll just tell you a little bit about my background. I've been at North Bennett now for 2 years as the president, and I bring to my work in higher ed a studio practice, a craft practice. So I was trained as a metalsmith and a jeweler, and I also was a furniture maker at one time. So those were all the skills that kind of combined to bring me here. And I really think about what I get to do here as a combination of the office and the shop. I mean, I spend a lot of time in the office, I spend a lot of time in relationships, but my heart really lies in the shops and the tools, and it's the combination of those things that just makes it so terrific to get to play a role in a really remarkable place. So Colleen, would you like to introduce yourself? Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm so excited for this day. It's been really fun to see our colleagues come together and put this on. My name is Colleen Walsh-Powell. I'm the Director of Development at North Bennett Street School. I've been at the school for about 1.5 years. And while I do not have a formal maker background, in the time that I've spent at the school, I've really come to appreciate all the ways in which kind of handwork and craft have influenced my life, from cooking to sewing to doing crafts with my kids and things like that. So really, really happy to be here and invite all of you into kind of the longer story of the school. And feel free, because I know we have a lot of people signed on today from all over. If you want to just drop into the chat where you are in the world, I think it's fun for us to see where people are signing in from. I'm at home right now. Sarah's in Boston at the school. I'm in my home in Pepperell, Massachusetts, which is about an hour outside of Boston. So feel free to drop in the chat where you are. It'd be fun for us to see. Great, thank you. And so Colleen will start some slides for us at this point, and we'll use these slides as a way to just, as we say, talk to you about the adaptation of the school throughout its history. And what I would invite you to think about, yeah, Colleen.
Yeah, I just need to interrupt. I don't know if our tech friends in the background can help, but the share screen is disabled for me right now, so I don't know if you can check in on that.
This is a hands-on school going digital. So, we'll just give it a minute. And while we do, I'm amazed to see places like Fairfax,
Thank you.
California, and Shanghai, China, and Concord, New Hampshire, and Quincy, Mass, and Dallas, Texas coming in as locations. I mean, I must say, it's just thrilling. So thank you so much for coming. And it looks like we've got the sharing going. So Colleen and Barbara and Kevin, thank you. So I'll invite you to think about this as not a comprehensive history where I'll be able to tell you every single detail of 139 years, but rather to think about this as a theme of a school that has had to adapt over its lifetime to truly global circumstances and global currents. That's certainly the case right now. So keep that thread of adaptation and evolution in your mind as we go through. So we'll start with where we are right now at this moment, because as I said, we're all in our homes and our offices and our computer screens, but in fact, I'm sitting right now in the building on the left, Police Station 1 on the first floor, and these are our two buildings in Boston's North End, Police Station 1 on the left, and on the right, former Boston printing press, printing office. So printing was happening there, and then the seam in the middle kind of connects the two buildings. And so all of the shops that Rob and Kristen are showing you today are sitting in these two buildings in the North End. And if we go to the next slide, you'll see that we sit right between the Sumner and the Callahan tunnels. So right between the tunnels that would take you over to East Boston, which is kind of a remarkable place to be. And so we're right next to the Rose Kennedy Greenway. Many of you who knew Boston from some time ago remember when that was an elevated highway, and now it's an incredible greenway that makes it really easy to move from downtown Boston right into the North End. And at the next slide, you're going to see, for those of you not quite as familiar with Boston, I just dropped this in here so you'd have a sense of where we sit. We're near Faneuil Hall. You can see we're just sort of north and east a little bit of the Boston Commons. We're very close to the Paul Revere House. There are neighbors down the street. We're very close to the Old North Church, which will come up a couple of times in this conversation. So you're getting a picture of us sitting right in one of the oldest parts of the city, really, truly some of the oldest areas of Boston. So here is where we were in Boston until we moved in 2013 to the location we are now. So for about 130 years, we sat right on the corner of North Bennett and Salem Street, very much right in the heart of the North End neighborhood. And on the right-hand image on your screen, you can see the Old North Church from American Revolutionary War fame, and you'll hear more about that. You'll see that again a little bit later. We were founded in 1881. As we were a settlement house originally. We were founded by a visionary educator and philanthropist, a woman named Pauline Agassiz Shaw, and it's something to know that she was also an organizer of the suffragette movement, and it's something we were thinking about last summer when we crossed a 100-year anniversary of the 19th Amendment. So we were thinking about Pauline's effort in that regard too. So she is the founder of our school. And early on, if we go to the next slide, you're going to see images of when we were really what was called North End Industrial Home, what a pioneering social services agency. So we were providing people who are coming to this country with the life skills that they would need in order to make a life and to make a living in their newfound home. So here I'm thinking about Italian immigrants, Jewish immigrants, Eastern European immigrants, and the school was doing things that you think of as being social service sort of minded. So there was a library and a reading room, there were day nurseries and a gymnasium. We were providing manual training classes, but also classes like this that were giving people the life skills that they need. So depending on how big your monitor is, you might be able to see on the chalkboard, there's sort of a story problem being worked out there about the yardage needed in order to make an apron. There's some measurement conversions happening there around pounds and volume measurements. So teaching women in this case, the functional everyday skills that they would need in order to either help make a living for their families or help their families with all the things that they would need in their life.
That was my understanding from our history, is that there was a significant emphasis in the early days on supporting children, mothers, and families in all of these kind of social service elements. So you're going to see, many more things that are kind of more domestically oriented, in addition to employable skills outside the home for men and women.
You're also going to see in some cases images of children. I think we saw that a couple images ago, and sometimes my friends who are learning about the school are sort of startled by images of children. But the idea was that one of the ways that we can help to improve the families is to work with children and the women so that the skill set moves into the family. And so you'll see that here. You see a home ec class, or a cooking class, I should say. And in that back corner on the chalkboard, you're seeing images of how an animal would be divided in order to define the different cuts of meat. So very practical skills. You're going to hear that just stick as a thread throughout North Bennett. Even if the skills are changing, even if the subjects that we're training and teaching for are changing, there is that thread of usefulness and a way to help you be a meaningful and successful part of your community. So here we see an image that I just love to spend a minute on. It looks like a boat model building class, judging from the beautiful models that I see taking shape on those tabletops. So this is happening about the 1800s, late 1800s, so early in North Bennett's founding, early 1900s. This is happening. In the back, I love this slide because my metalsmithing background kind of kicks in, and so I can see the stakes, silversmithing and non-ferrous metalsmithing stakes in the back. So I'm guessing this was probably a multi-purpose room, which wouldn't surprise me. Space is at a premium in Boston now, and it was then. It was a dense environment. And so
I read that the North End is 1/3 of a square mile in total. And so, like Sarah showed the map, and you can see how tiny that neighborhood is and how densely populated it was. I think there are, easily 100 kind of structures or facilities in this tiny, tiny neighborhood that's been densely populated for a long time. So space at a premium.
So what we're going to do in today's conversation is kind of bounce back between history and present day. And so I put this slide up. We'll look at history some more in a minute, but I thought I just wanted to give you a context of what we're doing now, so that you have a sense that those skills that were being taught then might be different, but still very much towards a meaningful life and a life towards employment, so that you'd be working in these fields. So we are offering 9, oops, you'll just go back, thank you. Yep. We're offering 9 full-time accredited programs. All of these are the programs you'll see over these 3 days. And they are all of the programs you see listed on this slide. But in addition to the full-time program, we're also giving offerings in continuing education, which is courses on the nights and the weekends, in related disciplines, fields related to our full-time programs. And then you'll hear a little bit too about the ways that we partner with K through 12 schools to offer courses to young people. Now, as I say all this, I'm kind of back in February of 2020, and I'm thinking about our pre-COVID time. So we have had to suspend for the time being our partnerships with the Boston Public Schools and also our in-person continuing ed classes. But I'll talk a little bit about what we're doing in that area instead of teaching that in person. So just hold this in your mind, and as you're visiting over the next 3 days, you'll get a chance to see any number of these programs, depending on kind of when you come in. So before we closed in March, and I'll talk a little bit about the closure in a while, we were doing things like violin making, you see on the left, bookbinding, you see on the right. We're still doing those things. We're just doing them a little bit differently. So these are some photographs from our shops. We're teaching preservation carpentry. You'll see on the left there, that's a program we just saw with Steve O'Shaughnessy and his students a minute ago. And that is a program that is working on pre-19th century buildings, mostly doing repair and restoration of those buildings and those parts of buildings. And on the right, you see a jewelry making and repair student who is polishing a setting after a stone has been set. So a shot from our jewelry making and repair program, really a program around making fine jewelry. And this is just an image that sort of prompts me to say so many things. So we'll just linger on it for a minute. This is an image of our advanced piano program. We have 2 piano programs at North Bennett. One is piano technology, which is a 1-year program in order to become a certified piano technician. And then we have an advanced piano program, which is a it's a 1-year program, but you do it after the first one. And that's to rebuild pianos. And I linger here because it's a good example of programs that are fairly short. These are both 9-month programs. The programs I mentioned a minute ago, Bookbinding and Preservation Carpentry, for instance, are 2-year programs. So piano programs are a little shorter. And they're a great example of how much client-based work can be included as part of the curriculum. So while we might be rebuilding pianos for private clients, we might also be doing them for institutions. I know that our program restored the Boston Public Library's piano, for instance. And so it's really not separate from application, what we're doing here. Students are doing the very things that they'll be employed for later, and in many cases, getting some of that professional experience while they're here with us. One of the things that this also kind of reminds me to say is that through working as part of your curriculum, it really connects our students and our programs to the community. So we have a jobs and commission board on our website. It's a way that if you were to have a job or a project you wanted to see if you could get help with, you could connect to us that way. And our alumni are all over the country. So even if you weren't in Boston, it might be something that you'd be able to get some help with. Commissions that we take on might be big commissions, big in scale. And if we go to the next slide, you'll see an example of that. So this was a barn that was built by our carpentry program a couple of years ago out on George's Island for the Department of Conservation and Recreation. So a client might be a civic organization or a state organization, or in this case, the DCR. So building a barn for them, and there's a terrific image of the crew having just finished the barn in our next slide. So the scale might be something at the size of a barn that might be client-based work. Or in the very next slide, we're going to shrink our scale dramatically, and the client-based work might be small scale, like a piece of jewelry repair. So you see on the far right a necklace that's been patinaed by our jewelry students. It's the very necklace that I'm wearing today. It's one of the advantages of working so closely to a jewelry making and repair program, being able to take something in for repair that also then provides a lesson for students about how to diagnose a problem they might need to fix on a piece of historic jewelry and then recreate the patina that would have been on it. So I was very fortunate to be the beneficiary of this project, but it's a good example of something happening at building scale or tiny in your top drawer scale.
Well, and there was an example I remember from really early in, excuse me, in quarantine. It must have been like April or May. So all of our students were at home, only doing remote work with faculty, and people, since everybody went home, were kind of cleaning out their closets and seeing projects they wanted done at home. And so our commissions board was pretty active in those months after everybody went home for a while. And there was a project submitted that was picked up by a current carpentry student. And in addition, it was, I think a woman wanted like a window seat put in with some like cabinetry. And as a current student, he, snatched it up, but also was able to connect with his instructor to help him advise on the project, most of which he kind of completed at home, like in his own garage, and then did some installation. But it was also a really good learning process for that student because the instructor could talk to him about pricing, about how much time he should communicate to the client about how long it might take and what materials might be needed and things like that. So in addition to the tangible skills, some of these commissions that come to the school can provide, kind of business acumen for students who might be running their own business someday.
It's such a good example because, as you know, if there are alumni on the call right now or folks who run their own businesses or work with their hands for a living, the skills are one part of it, but the whole negotiation around the client is another. And so our instructors spend a fair amount of time on that in our preservation program, preservation carpentry, and carpentry, since they're often doing field work, which we'll see a little bit more of later in this talk. The next example I show is a piano being tuned. This is out of one of our piano programs, but I use it as an image to talk about the way that we're connected to the community through some of the work students do while they're students. And this is an example where we are tuning all of the pianos in the Boston Public Schools, or I should say we were before Boston Public Schools went remote and kind of the world tipped sideways in March, but I'm sure we'll be back to that. So it gives students some work experience. They do get paid for that work. And I love sort of the side effect, which is imagining a grade school student or a young student seeing a piano tuner come in and suddenly thinking like, it's not just only about playing the instrument, it's also about taking care of it. And this is what somebody does for a living. So just a really nice partnership that we have for the Boston Public Schools. And right before we closed, we were talking about how we might be able to help them with their stringed instruments out of our violin making and repair program. So hopefully when we can kind of start to come back to in-person work and be a little bit farther afield, we'll be able to pick up that project. On the left, you see a student in our bookbinding program, and this is sort of my cue to think about how internships work for our students. A number of them do have summer internships or placements right after school. So one of those that comes to mind with this image is a bookbinding internship at the Athenaeum, which is giving students and recent graduates experience around collections and special materials so that they'll be ready to work in libraries and universities or in their own businesses or in sort of a conservation shop of one kind or another. And on the right, a project from a few years ago of the Preservation Carpentry program, who often will help by restoring historic properties. So this was a window from the Loring House up on the North Shore, just north of Boston, that they helped to restore. So again, part of the curriculum, part of what they need to learn and do, but also a contribution to salvaging and preserving something of real significant community value.
And we're lucky in Boston and New England to have access to such a richness of history and cultural institutions, again, mostly before everything closed, but to have, the Boston Public School project that Sarah mentioned, to have places like the Boston Symphony Orchestra and the pianos that they need tuned, and field trips that students could take to some of these institutions, the public library, the Athenaeum. There's just such a richness that exists that surrounds the school in Boston. So we're so lucky to have that.
So we're going to kind of, I use this slide. This is another image of our exterior, and I use it to think about how we are always having to repair and adapt and change. We're not a static place, even though we have a long history, and even though we sit in these beautiful brick and mortar buildings, we are a history and a contemporary, right now, moment of adaptation. So we're going to look a little bit at history again, and I'm thinking about this because North Bennett has had to shift itself over the years. And so I'll show you a couple places where programs have come in and then maybe programs have been sunset or not kept. It's always been responding to global forces. And I say this now because, of course, in March, like so many places, we did close for a time. And you saw in the news articles about the Spanish flu of 1918. You saw kind of us being reminded that it wasn't the first time our country had to deal with something like this. And of course, North Bennett was open in 1918. And so it navigated that time. It navigated all of the world wars and other international conflicts that have come and gone. We've seen something particular to Boston, which was a great molasses flood in the 1919. And also things like tragedies as recent as something in 2013 when the Boston Marathon bombing happened. And I mention those not to hit a down note, but just to think about a school that has really weathered things happening right in its immediate environment, things happening on the global stage or on a global scale. And so when we closed in March, there was some sort of reassurance that mere mortals had to adapt and evolve and navigate their way forward. And so I think it gave us all courage in March to think about the ways that we would be able to do that. And we have. It's been a remarkable effort by students and faculty, which I'll show you. So let's see, we're gonna go just kind of take a little look at some of the programs that came and went or came and stayed, as the case here. So in the 1940s, we have a piano tuning class happening here. You'll remember some slides back, we were looking at boat building and home economics and cooking in the late 1880s and early 1900s. Now we're up to the 1940s when the school's offering piano technology. Advanced piano comes a little bit later. And these remain incredibly strong programs for the school, in part because we're the only school to give an accredited in-person training in these fields. And so people really do come from all over to study with us here. So one that has really endured. Another that has really endured is our cabinet and furniture making program, one of our largest programs today. And this is a slide from the 1940s, late 1940s, early 1950s of a program that now is a 2-year program in cabinet and furniture making, which you'll see over these next days. Then we have some programs that came and didn't stay. So this was a watchmaking program, watchmaking and repair program that was happening in the 1940s. I think it's terrific the way the school has tried things, had them be a part of the effort in the school while they really served a need, and then not been afraid to either spin those off or think about adapting them when that time came. Another example in the next slide, we're going to move up to the 1970s, and we'll see that the school was offering camera repair, which is not something that we offered. This was a shorter lived program. I think this one started to sunset in the 1980s. And then it's true here with printmaking and lithography. This image from the 1960s, 1970s, but sunsetting in the 1980s when the school went through a really significant adjustment. It sought accreditation so that it would be an accredited school, as we are now. And the choices that were made in the 1980s really foreshadow, I think, the sort of structure and the model of what the school is now. And if you were tuning in just before Colleen and I joined you, Kristen was holding up a copy of a book called Rewarding Work. And it's a great example of a much deeper dive into the evolutions of the programs and the history that we're looking at today.
I'll remind people that if you have any questions about anything we're talking about, from the history of the school to what we're doing these days with, the commission stuff we were talking about, feel free to just put questions in the chat or the Q&A. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Colleen and I are like trying to chew gum and talk at the same time, talk, walk, and chew gum at the same time. So we're going to show slides and answer chats and talk to you. So, but please don't hesitate. We're happy to. I use this slide as just a way to kind of signal forward and signal the future. And so that's what we'll talk about in just a minute. We are America's first trade school. So we've got kind of one foot in our legacy, but we've got one foot really moving forward these days. No better example than us hosting a virtual open house where we're suddenly on Zoom for 3 days talking to you about our programs. So I just popped this back up because we've had a quick history lesson, and I want to give us a sense of what we're doing now and what our primary areas of focus are now in our full-time programs. And there's a question in the chat about whether we have international students, and we do absolutely have international students. I would say we see the highest draw for international students in our 2 piano programs, and that's in part because those programs are so rare, and so they aren't offered as many places. And I know that Sharon and Rob can speak to more about how many international students we have and what programs they tend to. But if you're someone living outside of the United States and you're interested, don't hesitate to reach out. We welcome everyone. So in March, like so many places, we did have to close. And we knew that we could, although we kind of switched to what I would call online engagement for March, we knew that we are a school that really relies on shops and tools and in-person teaching and field work. So it wasn't a question for us really as to whether we could become an online program for our full-time programs. We knew that we would have to reopen in order to continue our education. And so much of our work over the spring and summer was very, very focused on that reopening. So we did reopen in September. And in September, we welcomed back the students who had been with us in the spring who couldn't finish their program requirements without the access to our shops and our field work. So we reopened for them first. And you'll see that we had a graduation in October, an unseasonal event. But we did do that. And when people came back, they came back to reconfigured spaces and new health and safety protocols. You notice that Colleen and I are not wearing masks right now. And that's because Colleen's at home and because I'm in a private office. But anytime that we're in the building, we're wearing them, and we're social distancing, and we're putting up plexi partitions. We're very fortunate to have in-house cabinet and furniture makers and carpenters. So it was really great work to hire some students over the summer so that we could give people the space that they would need to work safely. It did mean dropping our enrollment because we needed to have more space in each one of our program areas. It is part of the decision to suspend continuing education in person because we needed to annex those shops for our full-time programs so that we could adhere to the expectations around group size and how much space people needed in order to work. But people are working, and so the slide that Colleen was just pulling up was a slide in our violin making program. The last image was from violin also. So here's one of our students just getting back to work in September. Our faculty are reporting a quieter, focused, contemplative, serious atmosphere. They're really enjoying it. There's a very, very high level of commitment to just be focused on the work in hand and do it as safely as we can. We are very fortunate to be sitting. Oh, I think Colleen wants to add something.
Well, I just thought that while you're talking, since there was the question about international students, and because this is kind of just a general overview, and now we're talking about students who are beginning anew under these circumstances, I thought you could say a little bit about like, who are our students? Where do they come from? What are their backgrounds? Just who are these people?
Who are these people? And I mean, especially our folks who are coming to start with us in November, as some people did. It was just marvelous to see people being courageous and ready, game to start a new program. So some of our students are coming right out of high school or just early in their educational careers, and they want to get their first kind of post-high school education with us. Others are people who have had full professional careers, maybe in very, very different fields than what they're pursuing now. And so they're pivoting and they're making a shift in their life, in their career. So we've got folks who are young, we've got folks who are in their 40s, 50s, 60s, even 70s in some cases. We have about anywhere from 15 to 20% of our students are veterans. So folks who are transitioning out of military service and a military career, thinking about what civilian life is going to look like and what civilian life is going to hold for them. And later this week, on Thursday, I believe, there will be an alumni panel. And I know at least one of our veteran alums will be on that panel. So that'll be a great chance to get some good sort of character and color about like what people were doing before they came to North Bennett and what they're doing now. Can you think of other things about our student body, Colleen, that I'm not thinking of?
Well, yeah, I always think the range is so interesting. You know, anybody from, you know, a medical doctor who's practically retired to somebody who's kind of, you know, emerging from high school, homeschooled, you know, or, you know, kind of a vocational high school. So it really is a very interesting mix. You know, someone asked the question about international students, and I feel like this fall we've had a crop of people from Canada coming down for a variety of programs. Some people have like an advertising background or a professional musician who decides that they want to instead kind of work on the instrument instead of as a performer. So I'm always so fascinated and inspired by the range of people who come to us.
And I said sort of in passing, you know, that we had this delayed academic year because of COVID. And so we welcomed a group of new students in November. And I remember standing out on the front sidewalk as we were greeting them and kind of phasing people through the building so that we could maintain distance and teach people how to move safely through the building and stay to their areas. And people were coming from Hawaii and people were coming from Georgia and people who were just up and coming. And it was so inspiring and so impressive, just at the commitment that it takes to decide to move to Boston and come to a hands-on school. It's just amazing. So it's wonderful, wonderful to have people here. And I just thought we'd show a couple images of kind of what new working protocols look like. Obviously, we're wearing masks and we've got fewer people in the building, so we're taking distance. This is a image from our carpentry making program. And then in the next slide, it's a great image of how we kind of adapted some of our teaching methods. So Barb Baker, who many people saw this morning in our locksmithing tour, here she's still giving her locksmithing demo, but she's got this plexi box around her so that it's partly a physical barrier, but also social cue. So we sort of know to keep our distance a little bit, but people can see well and they can see what she's working on. And then the next slide, I think, is a great example of how one of the things we're grateful for here is the fact that health and safety protocols are already such a big part of our culture and the way we work. So earlier this morning when we watched Rob and Kristen walk into Preservation Carpentry, the first thing they did was pick up a pair of safety glasses and they put them on as they walked into the shop. And we saw Stephen O'Shaughnessy just naturally put on his safety glasses as he talked to people. So it's true that we had to increase our safety protocols. And those are all on our website. You know them all by now. You're doing them all in your own lives. So we had to increase those protocols, but we didn't have to adopt a safety culture. That was already here. So people being able to work safely was sort of a notch up for us. And I think we were all grateful that that was already a value and very, very well practiced. So Barb Baker here giving a demonstration in locksmithing.
Sarah, I do see a question. Someone's asking, a great question. What new disciplines or programs is the school thinking about anywhere from 2 years, 5 years, 10 years down the road? And any thoughts you have on that question generally, and then also with a focus on people who might be starting a new career, 50 plus years old, maybe a career that requires, you know, kind of less physical endurance. So any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, we always get the question about which programs will be starting new. And so I think as I get to the end of my presentation, I'll talk a little bit about the innovations that we're doing in continuing education. And that is a place for us where we can do sort of the experimenting around new fields or new areas we might get into before we make the commitment to a full-time accredited program, because that has just a long throw of work to do. So we're always thinking about this. We're always thinking about keeping our employment rates where they need to be so that the things that we offer have real need and real use in the world. So I won't foreshadow any new full-time programs for you today, but I think that where you're gonna see us kind of stretching and shifting will be as we restart continuing ed programs. And the question about starting a career in a trade when you're sort of 50 plus and you're thinking about what your body can and can't do, it's such a great question because it doesn't surprise me that our carpentry programs skews a little younger. And yet maybe our preservation carpentry, if you're interested in the building trades, can be something where, because you're not always doing the full work of building a new building, and in many cases you're working on parts of a building, and so those parts can come into your shop, that might be a good fit. But I think in many ways, each of our programs has its own temperament and its own sensibility, and so cueing into how you like to spend time is so key. Rob O'Dwyer was, our director of admissions, was in Locksmithing this morning, and he was saying, if you're a problem solver and you love to take things apart, and you usually put things back together without very many parts left over, you might be a good candidate for locksmithing. And it's such a great indicator of just whether you have a future goal of being a locksmith is one question. But if you love mechanical problems and taking things apart and repairing them and putting them back together with a high level of intricacy, you might love being a locksmith. So it's partly about sort of temperament and affinity and things you like to do.
And I've heard examples of, last year there was a woman in our carpentry program who was in her 50s and didn't intend to pursue it as a full-time career per se, but she worked in real estate and, maybe worked with contractors to renovate homes. And so she just wanted to be able to speak the language of building to contractors and carpenters. And so it was a kind of supplemental kind of skill for a career she had already established. So there are those folks too.
And I think too, we had some piano images up earlier, and I think a lot about how when people become musicians early on, but know that there's a certain range of opportunities that will be open to you if you want to be a professional musician, but you extend your range of opportunities and your love of instruments if you also think about complementing that with something around piano tuning or piano repair, which I know has been the case for some of the students in that program. Colleen's just popped up a slide that I just makes me smile because it's such a good example of the analog and the digital all coming together at once. And that's really the case of this moment where we are, this moment in time. And so we're looking at Jeff Altepeter, who is the head of our bookbinding program, doing a very traditional technique in bookbinding, but he's teaching in this case to camera so that the demonstration can be viewed on this flat screen TV. His students can sit at a distance. They're able to maintain their 6 to 8 feet of distance. They're able to see the demo. And in early days, in pre-COVID days, they would have just been clustered around Jeff to about as tight as you can get in order to see this tiny, tiny bit of work that he's doing. And so it's a great example of where our faculty have been so game and so creative in the way that they're using technology. And in fact, some of these technologies are going to persist. So this is great visuals for people. It can be recorded, it can be kept, it can be reviewed before or after a demo. So, I think we didn't know we were going to be here with technology if we would have asked this a year ago, but here we are, and the way that it's being used is just amazing. And you'll see this in the next slide too. Lance Patterson, who is teaching in our cabinet and furniture making program. So you can see students are able to sit at a distance. Lance is able to give his demonstration. It can also be recorded. And because we have students in pods, because we have them in separate areas physically, it can also be streamed. So students who are not physically in the same room with Lance, but in the building can also be viewing it. And then, as I say, it can be recorded and kept. So just, hand tool meets digital tool in just an incredible way right now.
Well, that was, I think, one of the most, it's been a difficult transition, but if we can find something, not a silver lining, but something even fun about it, I hesitate to say, is the ways in which I heard instructors kind of light up when they would talk about a new tool as like an iPhone or a monitor, because these are such maker-minded people. And once we kind of turned that corner and identified a new tool to use to accomplish, these traditional crafts and trades. It's been inspiring for me to witness.
And then we're going to show you just a couple images of some field work that we've been doing this fall. And although field work was already part of our curriculum, it turns out that field work is a terrific way to work in a health and safe way because it's outdoors. It's a big enough project that people can be distributed around it. So this was a project that our preservation carpentry program took on. And Colleen, do we have one slide right before this that's sort of the dramatic? Oh, maybe I reversed my order in these.
Oh, this is it.
There's the dramatic crushed building. Thank you very much. So this was a historic building in Plymouth, Massachusetts. There's some question as to whether it was a schoolhouse or a post office, but it was very beloved by the community. And when a tree fell on this building in a spring storm last year, you can see how it just kind of cleaved right through the middle of this building. Our instructor in preservation carpentry, Michael Burry, was contacted in hopes that the preservation carpentry students could work on the building. And so in fact, that was an early fall project for the PC2 students, which was just a great fit because they were so ready to get back to work. We were finally able to start teaching in person again, but teaching outside and teaching in the fresh air is just a great way to kind of phase back into working in person. And just such a high level of accomplishment and satisfaction to find something this broken and get to repair it. So you'll see in the next slide where the building was left when we finished our work, kind of at a point where the building is now put back together. We go on to do other parts of our curriculum and the building will be finished by some other folks, but just a great intersection between the need of the community, our skills, and our curriculum. And I see that someone from the background on our tech support is saying it was a post office, not a schoolhouse. So they've got the inside intel on that. And then I show this slide because a minute ago, there's so much that's consistent and so much that has changed. So we are teaching in person, we are open, we're doing it carefully, but our whole year has been sort of upended. So we had a terrific series of 6 tiny commencements in the end of October. We felt like we really needed to celebrate the graduation of our students. Delayed although it was, we wanted to do it in person because it means so much to us and it means so much to them. For those of you living in the area, October 31st, Halloween had an unusual snow. So snow and on graduation in October, I mean, that just sort of says like the academic year has been upended. But it turns out that the Old North Church, I promised you it would be back in this presentation, and there it is. It turns out that architecture of the middle 1700s works very, very well for social distancing. Each of our students basically got their own pew, and Claire Fruitman, our provost, and I did these quiet, small, 6 times over commencements so that we can congratulate all of our students in person for really persevering at a difficult time. And at the same time, keep up the tradition of North Bennett Street School, which is to host our graduation in the Old North Church. So that was a pretty special 2 days of successive graduations. And so as Colleen and I start to bring this presentation to a close and take some last questions, I thought I would just foreshadow a little bit about some of the changes that are coming, some of the innovations that we've seen. So we've mentioned a couple of times now that continuing education had to close for in-person, but really just pivoted very quickly to some adventurous and creative ways of teaching remotely this spring. So you see Erin Fletcher here, who's teaching a Japanese 4-hole bookbinding course this spring, and Erin will be giving a free class this afternoon at 2. So if you're interested in kind of sampling what continuing ed for a hands-on school online looks like, 2 o'clock would be a great time to figure it out. The next slide has Sue Muldoon on the left, who will also be teaching a 2 o'clock free class this afternoon, and a spoon carving course on the right, all part of our early spring tests into online education. And this will be something that we're making a long-term commitment to. So there was some question about new programs, and I would say our newest program will be not a field, but a whole new foray into online education. And so we've just rolled out a 5-year strategic plan with our Board of Governors to continue online education through continuing ed, and really start to grow that and develop it, because I think the way that it can reach audience and the way that it can bring more hands-on work, even virtually, to a lot more people is just so exciting. So there's a lot in the works that will be starting in the new year.
Sarah, I saw a question that kind of relates to that.
Yeah.
Perhaps someone asked if we teach CAD at the school or any kind of digital drafting or design. I would imagine that's something that might translate to online continuing.
That's right. And so we did have several SketchUp classes being taught this spring. Eli Cleveland, who's one of our graduates from our cabinet and furniture making program, was teaching SketchUp for us this spring. I know that our jewelry program is starting to think about how CAD might start working into their curriculum. So yes, I think digital design is coming. And you're right, the online moment is a terrific moment for it. You know, of course, we wish we could invite you to the building, and of course, we wish we could have public events. Right now, we're not having them in person, but we are having them online. So we've launched a new series called In the Making. Kristen Odell, who, if you tune in over these 3 days, you'll see a number of times, and Kristen is hosting In the Making, and it puts Kristen in conversation with makers and craftspeople and tradespeople from all over the world, some in our own fields, some in fields completely new to us or maybe potential for us. We have made a focus on women and those who are underrepresented in the crafts and trades this year. And so there's just been an incredibly dynamic series. There'll be a talk on Thursday that Kristen will host as part of In the Making. That will be an alumni panel, an alumni roundtable as part of Open House. And then you can see in January, we'll host Janet Uckelman, who, although you may know her for her large architectural installations, really got her start with making hand nets inspired by people who were using them for fishing. So very low tech to very high tech, a really terrific example of a talk we'll host in January. So it's another way, if you can't visit us in person right now, you can still keep up with what we're doing and what we're working on.
Yeah, I saw a question about kind of any opportunities outside of our region to engage with what we do. Do we have any kind of partnerships in other geographic locations? Sarah, you can speak to this. It's not my understanding that we do, but for right now, these virtual public programs and potentially virtual continuing ed will be the first opportunity we really have to do that.
That's exactly right. And so those will kind of transcend geography. Time zone may be the only challenge there with some of the live programs. So that's a great way for folks who are not in the Boston area to engage. And then I would say, you know, the North Bennett alumni community is really all over. So if you're thinking about taking courses or attending lectures, the online ways are the best ways to do it if you're not local right now. But if you're thinking about something that you're curious about or you want to have worked on, we were talking about the Jobs and Commissions Board, that could go to anybody, anywhere. So that might be another way to engage with the community and their intelligence.
Yep, and I had seen somebody else ask if one can commission work or hire North Bennett Street students for work, and all of those inquiries that come through the Jobs and Commissions Board are kind of reviewed internally. Would they make a good project for current students, or is it something we can, you know, push out to our network of graduates? So, you know, either or maybe not both, but certainly a lot of options for people to see those and pick up that work.
Yeah, that's right. And I see that the folks behind the scenes are putting some of those links in the chat. So if you're interested in those, that's a great place to go. And we're very happy. We've got about 10 minutes before we're gonna go to the afternoon. I think this afternoon, Bookbinding is gonna be the next tour that Rob O'Dwyer is gonna be taking folks on. And then, as I mentioned, we'll have the continuing ed programming happening later in the afternoon. But if there's other questions, we're happy to take them.
I have a question, Sarah. I'm just curious to hear from your standpoint, now that we've kind of talked through the whole history of the school and this massive transition that the school has made and endured, you know, some significant challenges in doing so. Kind of on the other side, or kind of through that, what are some of your favorite things about working at the school and leading the school, about the community? I mean, what have you learned?
I think one of the things I love about the school is that it has this character of being absolutely world-class. I mean, it is absolutely world-class as far as the craftsmanship and the high level of education and the sort of the expertise that lives here. And at the same time, it's not a school that sort of trumpets its successes from the hilltops. It has a modesty, it has a quietness to it. And so I've talked a couple of times about the way we're involved with the community, you know, tuning the pianos for the Boston Public Schools, or repairing the books, repairing the instruments, but not on the center stage. And I love that supporting role that the school plays. Preservation Carpentry plays it. I think of us as being the carpenters, not the architects. We're the jewelers and we're doing the repairs, but we're not the fashion designers. You know, we have a quietness to our work, and it has such integrity and such substance. So that's one of the things I love. The school has ambition and it has excellence, but it doesn't have giant ego as an institution. And that's a pleasure to work in that environment. And Colleen and I sometimes talk about how the school is so many things to so many different people. So for some people, it is continuing ed classes to learn to turn bowls, and that is all it is. And then for other people, it's a deep dive into the history of bookmaking and book preservation and a huge international community of book collectors. And then for somebody else, it's our middle school classes and the projects that their children get to take. So there's so many sort of entry points to the kind of the way that you can become involved in the school, even if you don't become involved in the whole thing.
Yeah.
People are asking about our plans to add more full-time programs. This is a persistent question, and I would say, you know, the emphasis we're going to make in the next 5 years is really around our online expansion. So I think you're going to really see our attention devoted to that. I hope that the school will continue to build in its community engagement and how we can be good community partners and bring our skills to the community. Right now, our focus is not adding a full-time program. It's not to say that that won't happen, but it's not one of our near-term priorities. So I encourage you just to my last point, think about all the things that the school can be. It can be full-time programs, it can be CE, it can be community partnerships, it can be community service, and I think it'll be in some of the other areas that we really look for growth.
I see someone asking if it's very common at all if people take more than one program. Do people typically come to the school for one program, or would it make sense to stay for another?
We're seeing it more and more. And in fact, some of the folks who joined us in November were coming back for a second program. And Rob O'Dwyer, our director of enrollment, tells me that we had the highest number of students going from a first program to a second program this year. Mm-hmm. Some of the ones that seem to combine really well are locksmithing and carpentry. That's like a great fit for skill sets to come together. Both of those are 9-month programs, so it becomes feasible as far as time goes. We see people moving between what we call our woods, so moving between preservation carpentry, cabinet and furniture, carpentry. So we do. I mean, I don't blame them. I keep thinking about, like, maybe in 10 years when it's my time to take a course, like, where will I start? So yeah. I see the temptation.
I do. I think the culture breeds it. I mean, that was part of my comments when I introduced myself as not someone who ever thought of herself as a maker, but once you're kind of in the water of the school, I actually, a violin making graduate just mentioned this to me, that he, spent 3 years, he has an architecture background, spent 3 years in the violin program, and said that one of his greatest lessons from doing that program was that it gave him the courage to try new things, whether it's cooking a really challenging dish or, trying to sew on a button or something, but just gave him the courage and the inspiration to just try whatever, try to fix something when you can, even if you don't know how to do it. And I really think that's part of the culture across all of our programs.
I think that's right. And I think, I remember when I was trained as a jeweler, of course, I was working at the scale of something that you can hold in your hand and put in your pocket. And yet the experience of learning tools and learning to fabricate and learning to fit also taught me about how to hang a door in my home, and how to think about soldering the copper plumbing when my pipes burst. So I love that there's an application of a specific skill to more generalized things around fixing and repairing and fabricating and being confident with tools and mechanical problem solving. It's one of the things I think I've benefited from, and I think a lot of people kind of really benefit from. It's all the side effects too.
Yeah, yeah. I think I see, is Rob joining us soon, or?
Yes. Rob's joining us.
I was going to say, I was watching the time and there was a question that popped up, and I wasn't sure if he was hopping on yet, but it was the most recent question about kind of the level of competition in terms of getting into any of these programs. They range in size from, 30 plus students in some of our larger programs to much smaller programs. And so I was going to ask Rob to chime in on the applicant pool if he was going to be joining us in a minute.
Well, and I can speak to that a little. I mean, the competition between programs changes so much depending on whether there are very many programs like it and how big they are. So we have a lot of applicants for carpentry, for instance. And so that makes it a competitive program, but it's also the case that carpentry is more known, people are more familiar with it, they're more familiar with it as a field. And then you have something like very different, something like violin making or our piano programs, where there are so few programs that the competition might be higher there because there aren't very many places to take it. But I think Rob and Sharon do such a great job at helping people really chart a path towards whichever program they want to enroll in and really working to make it possible. Some folks will come to us at a time of life where they have an inkling that they want to go to school, but the timing isn't right. And so literally 3 years might pass, 5 years might pass. We've had people who have thought about this for 15 years and are finally ready and able to do it. So I wouldn't worry too much about how competitive it is. I think people will find their way here and they'll find the right program. And Rob and Sharon are so good at really understanding what someone's goals are and helping them fit to get there.
I'll ask
Thank
just
you for
one.
that.
Oh, go ahead, Rob. Hi, you're here.
Yeah, I arrived just so you would know that I was here, but I love the conversation, and I'm happy to just jump in. Certainly, some of the programs are pretty competitive. At the same time, we really believe in inclusion, access, and dignity within the process. It takes a lot of courage to move in this direction at any age or stage. And so we really work hard. Our team in admissions and financial aid will work with you to counsel you up front. And we may, encourage you to complete the process and get started as soon as possible. We may give you some advice to go and get some more experience somewhere and strengthen an application. But we really do believe in dignity around the whole process. And being at this particular place that is so small on a scale, we really have the ability to do that, and it's just great.
Rob, well, you just came in at the nick of time, just when that question existed. And I think we're going to start to close. I want to just thank everyone for coming. It was so fun to see your chats at the beginning and see your wide-ranging geographies about where you were. So thank you so much for taking the time out of your day and being curious about what we're up to and how we're doing it. And there's just so much good program over the next 3 days, and Rob will be your guide with Kristen, and I encourage you to dip in and out and just enjoy, just let it wash over you and see what we're up to down in Boston's North End. So Rob, thank you for hosting.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Colleen. This has been great. I also want to give a shout out to the marketing and communications team, Barbara Rakowski and Kevin Derrick. They are managing the production here in the control room, and we could not do this without them. So thank you.
Yes.
We also have Sharon Stetson. She's monitoring the chats. And then I from the conversation that just happened, there was some questions about student demographics and international students. And just if I could chat about this for a minute before we head over to bookbinding. You know, the demographics are kind of transcended by the attraction to the work. You know, people can be from anywhere at any stage and look to want to come here. Now, I say that, and I'm fully aware that, you know, there are barriers and challenges to access in many different ways, but the school has taken great strides in order to assist with that. One of those things is through scholarship. We have more scholarship available than we ever have previously. And tomorrow at noon, my colleague Jamie Durgay, Director of Financial Aid, and I will be giving a presentation around financial aid and institutional scholarship. So I hope you'll join us there. And I'll also say that we have a lot of partnerships, whether it's high schools, vocational high schools, community-based organizations, places like Dorchester Youth Collaborative, Madison Park Vocational and Technical High School, Next Gen Talent, The Base, Home Base. There's just a number of really great institutions that are helping people and working with us to help people to get them here, get them access, exposure, work with them through the admissions process, financial aid process, and then get them started, trained, and then out to be employed. And then there was a specific question about international students. As Sarah mentioned, some of the programs that we train for here, they might only be here. Right now, the piano technology program is one of a kind in the world. So it's the only place that you can come and put this many clock hours into training at a place that's not an industry owned institution. So I hope that that's helpful. Over the past, we have had students from everywhere. We had 3 Icelanders come here for piano technology over a course of 2 or 3 years. That was, I think, a happy coincidence. I know we have a jewelry graduate in Iceland as well. We have a student that wanted to return this year for advanced piano from Taiwan. You can see on our website, there's a great story about the elephant rehabilitation place in Thailand, where he had gone and helped to tune that piano. Sarah also mentioned, or Colleen, that we have some Canadian students here. There's one in piano technology this year, will be one next year. And then I always like to mention for people from Canada, you can access Canadian financial aid by province and see whether or not you can get support to come here. And if you can't, then you can advocate for it and make that happen. And then the other thing that I'll mention is that Canadian veterans can use their veterans benefits to come here and train as well. Okay, so we're heading to bookbinding right now. So I'm gonna turn my camera around here, and there is my co-host, Kristen Odell.
Hi, everyone.
And let's head into bookbinding.
The hallway into bookbinding. Hello.
Hi.
Hey, Mitch.
How are you, Mitch?
How's it going?
Martha, Jeff? How are you all?
How's it going?
Pretty good.
Good.
Welcome to bookbinding.
Thank you. What's going on in here?
Well,
Do you have book stuff?
yeah, we're doing book stuff, of course. Let's see. I think I can give you a little bit of a
a little bit of an overview of the shop and show you a couple things about what we're doing. Have you peek in on a class session and do a little demo maybe. So why don't we just start by looking at a couple of examples of stuff that we've been working on.
Okay.
This bench has gotten kind of taken over with examples as we've been going this fall, so that I can leave stuff out for people to kind of take a little look at. And I would say a couple of the highlight projects from this fall are calf bindings. We do some calf bindings that are anywhere from late 17th through early 19th century kind of styles. And these are a couple of the examples that we did this fall.
Calf binding refers to
Calf is
actual
the type of leather that we're using on the spine in this case. And this one is an example of probably an early 19th century style, late 18th, early 19th century. It's stained and sprinkled, which is very common. Actually, a lot of these bindings probably would have been done with sheepskin. We do not use that we really don't use that in modern binding much. But calf is also common, and we, in this case, used the traditional staining techniques that are done for that. So here, for example, is an 18th century French binding that's got some nice, we can see structure visible through the damage that's happening on this book. We have quite a few bindings in our collection of this ilk that allow us to see a little bit about the structure, a little bit. We can see what kind of spine linings are on there, things about the way the book was sewn.
And you keep it in that
and
status.
in this case, we want to keep it so we can really see that. Yes, exactly. This one, what we're talking about, this kind of staining and sprinkling that's on here is very common. It was a fairly inexpensive way of decorating that leather, and so it's stained after it's on the book in a couple of phases, and this is the modern example using the exact same techniques.
Wow.
So
what's the ultimate cause of a book coming up the
breaking
spine?
like this?
Yeah.
Well, that's the breaking at the joints is probably the most common thing that we see on a book. It's because that's where all the action is.
It's all opening all the
I
time.
won't do it on that one, but
Is reading the main cause?
this one, reading can actually be the cause.
Don't read your
Exactly.
books,
Don't read your
folks.
books. Yeah, and on some bindings in some periods, the leather was so thin that it breaks down too quickly. Also, there are certain periods of time, especially in the 19th century, where the quality of the leather reacted very poorly with the atmosphere, the environment at the time, especially using coal for heat and light, gives off pollutants that interact with the leather and the way the leather was being tanned at the time, causing an acidic breakdown very rapidly.
Wow.
So yeah, this was probably one of the highlight projects of the second year students, and actually it was second year students and the students that were not able to complete for 2020 that had to come back in the fall to finish their projects. This was a project that we worked on. This was another example that I like. This is just a little practice board. We do these kind of things, and this is clearly based on this original 19th century binding. And here are a couple other ways of using that staining and tooling that we
So
did
these,
on those.
I see these all
So
the time.
these are
in
not
bookbinding.
these are not the boards of a book. It's just a method that we use to practice the decorative techniques.
Tooling and dyeing.
Exactly,
Yeah,
and you
okay.
end up with a sort of a finished product that's really just a sample board. It's not we call it a plaquette. This is not how we do tooling. The staining on these books, the staining and the tooling is done. The leather was put on the book, then it was stained, and it was sprinkled and tooled directly on the book. That's so. These are not boards that we're going to apply to.
Right. Before we walk
yeah.
away, can you just tell me what is the first thing that a bookbinding student learns to make when they first start in here?
In the very beginning, we really start talking about paper, the qualities of the paper that we're using, in particular grain direction, has to do with the way that paper moves. Talk about folding, talk about sort of putting together a book in that way. The way we put a book together is in sections. Traditionally speaking, we put a book together in sections. They're gatherings. Sections are gatherings of paper that are folded all together, and then we sew through the fold of the book. So the very first thing that people learn is how to handle some of that stuff and how to deal with those basic materials. I don't have any examples of the very first kinds of bindings that people do, but quickly we get in with the first year students, we get into making what we call case bindings. Let's see which ones of these are. So the book was sewn on these linen tapes. It's backed, it's glued up and backed, rounded and backed, which is what we call this operation that gives these little shoulders. And then the covers are created off of the book, covered and then assembled. So here's a more finished model.
That's where all of your math and measurements come into play and your micromillimeters, right? Because doesn't that case have to be?
Yes, it has to be correct. Little things like this little overhang here, we call that the square. That needs to be a certain dimension, which is actually relative to the thickness of the boards. And lots of little features like that we kind of pay attention to size-wise. And we do a lot of repetition of this type of work, this is a modern type, people call hardback book, a case-bound book, where the cover is made up separately from the material, from the text block, and then assembled usually with some kind of adhesive attachment in modern style. So we do a lot of repetition on that and use that as a technique for doing different kinds of end paper structures, the first leaves of the book, different ways, different styles of covering, using different materials, different kinds of titling, start to sew headbands instead of these ugly machine ones that are on this little model here. These little machine-made ones.
Oh, yeah, I can see the difference now from a hand sewn.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whereas this, for example, is a hand sewn headband. We also then get into boxes. The first years have been making a lot of box structures. Here's an unfinished one. It gives you some sense of the way that comes together. Boxes, and this is a clamshell type box. This is what we call French tray clamshell box. This is this and other varieties of enclosures are very common approaches for dealing with antiquarian books that we either repair or decide not to repair just to keep as is.
Keep it safe in that.
So back to this book right here. I'm sure I have a box in my office that this one lives in so that we can keep it intact.
Yeah.
Without losing the parts of it.
Wow.
Another one of the projects that the first years, well, actually everybody's been kind of working on are these late 18th century paper bindings. It's a German style of binding. Here is let's see, this one's a nice example from our collection of damaged books that show us some things about the way that book was put together, that we're then able to use to recreate. We do a lot of these historical kind of, in some cases, actually trying to kind of reenact some of the techniques and methods that are used, and then sometimes learn from those, learn about the way these books break, maybe how we might modify them for a modern book, to design a modern book that would hold up better for the purposes that we might want to use it for. But another reason that we make these historic models is a hands-on way of learning about the history of the craft and the materials and the way those materials have been used. A lot of our graduates go into conservation work, and having a good understanding about the way these different books were made allow them to do very sympathetic treatments when they're doing repair and conservation on those books. So,
Understanding all the steps in which it was actually constructed are a huge part of it.
So we do a little bit of both, like I say, some things that are actually more of a recreation, or at least as close to that as we can get. And then it also gives us a chance to handle that book, which is from 1806 and is in very damaged state, a chance to handle a version of it and get a little sense of what it was like when it was new. Because sometimes we look at things like that and we think, wow, it seems so fragile. Why would they have made it that way? Or, why did they make some of the choices that they made? And when we make a new model of that, sometimes we can find, wow, it actually handles really beautifully. And it was there are lots of good reasons why.
There was a method to it.
Not to mention that book is from 1806, and yes, it's got some damage, but it's in pretty good condition, right? I mean, this book that I showed here, this 18th century book that I showed here, is quite damaged, but there are millions of these books in this general style that are perfectly intact, or more intact than this anyway. What else?
Jeff, there was
main projects that we've been working on, but I'll show you one more thing.
I have a question. Sorry, I have a question, and I think you may have just referenced this or answered it. Do bookbinding students learn book repair, restoration, as well as binding new books?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. And in fact, maybe I'll just take you in here right now, and you can see that the first year students are in the next room. I'm bringing in an audience.
Hi, everyone.
This is my colleague, Martha Kearsley. Martha teaches the repair conservation kind of topics for the most part. And you're working on consolidation and some cleaning and stuff with them today.
We're working on leather consolidation.
Take it away.
These are all first-year students, and that's who I primarily work with. And next semester, we're going to start doing book repair on leather bindings. And so in anticipation of that, we're working with a few consolidants and adhesives to consolidate leather that's failed, that has become sort of friable and powdery. It's something that's called red rot in the trade. Not all books that are rotting are red, but in this case, many of them are. And the consolidant, it's a two-step process where we consolidate with an adhesive that is suspended in alcohol. You don't want to introduce any moisture to the leather. And the second part is sort of it's called a red rot cocktail, and it includes the same adhesive that we used as well as a leather dressing. So it sort of seals things up and finishes it and protects it for the long haul.
So when you say consolidation, you're literally taking the powdered leather and making it solid again.
Yes, and so it's a different kind of adhesive than one that just sticks one thing to another. It actually suspends things in almost like a matrix or a three-dimensional way. So that gets introduced to the leather or to the rotting leather with alcohol. So it sort of draws it in and brings the adhesive with it and suspends everybody nicely. So.
And so then after that's done, then you do kind of finishing to match or?
Not to match, no, not so much, but it's finishing to sort of seal it up. And that's using an adhesive. This is the consolidant, that's Flucel G. It's mixed in alcohol. And we're using a magnetic stir because we have one.
What? That's just keeping it oh my goodness, I've
because
never seen that before.
It doesn't mix right away, so we just kind of put it on there for a while and it.
I mean, that's the matrix.
And then there's another, the secondary adhesive is called Red Rock Cocktail, and that has this as well as a leather dressing and some more alcohol or ethanol in it as well.
Wow.
Yeah, so they're getting their first taste of consolidation.
And we don't always use all of those things
No,
on
not
every
necessarily.
book.
No.
On all leathers either.
No.
You know.
It's case. It's
For
case
those at
specific.
home,
Yeah.
it's a lot more complicated than just saying, oh, we slapped this stuff on there. It's a lot more complicated than that. I don't mean that's the way you said it, Martha, but it is something that people should be really careful about because you can do a lot more damage to the book through some of these things.
Right. Because we're now in December, and so that's when we're introducing it. It's not like something like right off the bat throw on there.
So what am I seeing happening just right here on the edge of one of these?
So Ariana is just brushing on the Flucel G, the consolidant and the ethanol, and letting it dry, and then going back over it if she thinks it needs more. It can, depending on how thick the leather is or how large an area you're working on, you may have to go back over it a second time just to make sure that everything's consolidated all the way down. And then that is allowed to dry completely or evaporate.
So that was my other question is once you do that, is that when you all get into sort of toning and sort of the aesthetic surface?
Sure, we could, once we have the boards and the binding back together again, there may be an occasion for doing a color match on a strip of tissue to reinforce and cover the open joint. And that's where color matching, the toning, and all the color work comes in.
That part is really fun to me.
You should come back for that.
Yeah. Oh, Jeff has an example.
Ah, yes.
There's an example of one that was had some consolidation, and then it has some tissue, toned tissue joints on
And then a little bit
the
of
edges here, and a little fill,
a little fill down at the bottom. And one of our graduates did some really beautiful gold painting on there. Match the tool.
Because you can't tool over that, can you?
You wouldn't want to. No, you don't want to.
Not really.
Yeah.
You could, but you wouldn't want to on this. We wouldn't really tool on, especially on the original material.
Because that's a one-shot deal,
All this
right?
up here is consolidated. If you want to.
Yeah. So these
right
edges,
back here.
sorry.
Like that is all consolidated. That was powdery flying off, and so that's what the consolidant can do. Firm it up.
Wow. Giving more years to an object that, has already lost. So this is the theme. We were just in PC and they were giving more years to window frames. And,
Taking the original and just strengthening and adding structure where it's needed. Yeah, that's what's going on here.
Wow.
So I got a question here from one of the viewers. Where do people work once they graduate from here?
Well, graduates, we don't train for one specific type of job.
Okay.
This program is teaching the bench skills of bookbinding, repair, and conservation work. All of these skills have a lot of crossover, and so students come here with various interests and various career goals right from the start. Sometimes they learn things while they're here that turn them on to something that they didn't even realize was an option. But the vast majority of our graduates do go into conservation in some way, and they generally do a lot of that work at various institutions who have conservation labs in-house. So we have graduates all over the country working in conservation labs, from local labs here, the Boston Athenaeum and Harvard University, and where else? MIT.
Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum.
Yes, at the Gardner Museum. We have people, you know, in Chicago at the Newberry Library.
North Carolina, Duke, California.
New York, California, everywhere. Not everywhere, I guess, but spread across the country. You know, at a lot of institutions, and that's where some of these students first learn about it. Is sometimes when they're in college, if they might have a student work position in the library and get some exposure that way. Some of them have worked with some of our graduates. Actually.
Yeah, at Gettysburg, I remember.
Here have.
Somebody just chimed in, said University of Florida.
Yes. And we have people spread out doing that kind of work. But then a lot of our graduates also do more traditional bookbinding and repair kind of work, and it might be the same process. We tend to call the same work done in a private shop repair work.
We do make that
and in an
distinction.
institution, it might be conservation work, and that's just one's in a lab and one's in a bindery. It might be the same work in some cases.
Control over the environment.
Oh,
important. So
right,
that's
of
the biggest challenge is being able to control the air, the amount of dust that builds up, all that kind of stuff. So if it's in your shop, call it repair work. If it's in the
Understood. Yeah.
And maybe who the client is too.
Yep.
So if it's,
What the demand is.
if it's for, you know, just a private person and it's some kind of heirloom, maybe that's a different kind of job than if it was a government agency or a university or something like that.
Yeah, the demands of the current owner or curator or anybody else who's responsible for making decisions have a big influence on the kind of work that would be done. And as a private bookbinder, you might do work that we would refer to more as restoration work as well. A lot of times it's a little farther into the aesthetic kind of choices that we were talking about here. So we try to delve into all of those things here because our graduates may or may not work in one or more of those areas and need the skills to do that. So, you know, some of them will go into private practice, and we have a lot of self-employed graduates as well as students, graduates working in institutions.
Cool. There's a theme, I think that's across these programs that is like, there's a certain amount of focus that it takes to come on a career pathway like this. And then there's also a certain amount of openness to the exposure and the experience while you're here. And I think I heard you say it earlier, Jeff, about people, you know, they'll learn something and then maybe that'll take them down a different employment path.
Exactly. It's very common. You know, we're in a field, some of the programs here at North Bennett are more in a more obscure or less obscure kind of state. And I think bookbinding and conservation is on the more obscure side. Typically, people don't know a lot about what we do specifically. Even people who think they want to do this and might come to school here, they usually learn a lot about the breadth of the field while they're here and learn things that they didn't even realize were a thing or a potential career or job or project that they might work on. So, and we encourage people to learn all of the things. Everyone that comes to the program here, the curriculum is broad and it addresses all of these different kind of needs that people may have. And everybody does the entire curriculum. There's at least a minimum amount required on every project that we do, every topic that we cover. There's also a lot of flexibility and freedom within the time, the 2 years that people are here, to explore and delve into the things that most interest them, either career-wise, or sometimes it's things that they have an opportunity to do while they're here that they know they won't get to do when they leave here as much. And they want to use those tools or pieces of equipment and learn more about it, because they know it might be the only time they really do it, but they want to know about it and get some practice with it. And they may not come back to that for a long time. One of the things is finishing work. And actually, maybe we'll go ahead and come in here to the next room. Thank you, Martha.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Back to work.
This is just a space you need to show off too. I mean,
Yeah,
space
so
is-
kind of continuing the tour, this room's in a bit of a mess right now. We've been working on a couple of different projects this last week, and so I've got stuff spread everywhere. But this room has some of our material storage, and then has a lot of equipment like what you're looking at here, all these stamping presses. These are for, we can set type or put metal dies in these. They heat up, and we do foil stamping with these foils. The foils that we use are metallic or pigment coated, and they have a heat activated adhesive on the back. And when we stamp a type, when we stamp with type or some kind of design that we set in these and heat them up, we can transfer that. Well, here's a somebody's example of what not to do, using different color foils.
Oh, it's so pretty though.
Is it?
Is it really?
This is something students did to tease me. This hippo thing and just do it right is something to tease me.
I love you. Last time I was near this machine, don't you all have a little mirror that you use because you're doing?
Yeah, sometimes
reverse?
because when we it has to be in reverse. And
Yeah.
So some people use a mirror just to double check. Once they've got it all set up, they can do a quick check.
I just love it. That's one of those objects that's, something you might have in your purse. And you're like, oh, it'll serve
Exactly.
this function.
And it is, well, it should be right there, but I don't see it, but it's a little compact type mirror. A larger scale version of those same kind of stamping presses is over here. It's our Kensaw. And for this one, this is one that we use for larger scale dies and things like that. It's a 2-ton press.
How large? How large of a die?
This chase can hold up to 5 by 10.
Wow. What would that application be? What would take a die?
I'll show you an example in the other room in just a second.
Yeah.
What else is in here? So, another thing, so that kind of equipment, and also all these hand tools then, we use type and hand tools like these to do decorative work as well. And I'll show you some more of that in the other room. I've got a couple of examples out.
They're so beautiful.
This is a very small selection of our hand tools. Over there on the wall, all those wooden boxes are handle letters, which are individual letters used for some types of titling. This is the main bench room then, which is actually where we started, and all of the students have bench space in here for their individualized work.
Oh, sharpening week was this week.
That's right. If you want, we made actually, let's come over here. I put some examples of what we did last week.
Sharpening knives right there.
So for the tools a couple of the more custom tools that we work with, we make the first years just made these. We make this kind of lifting knife, which is used to lift up original material when we're doing a repair. So for example, that book that we were looking at in the beginning that has broken joints, I could repair a book like that and insert new leather underneath that, and I would use a knife like this to lift that. We also make a paring knife, just a basic kind of paring knife. Both of these knives were made with red stripe saw blades. They're power hack saw blades.
I did not know. Okay.
This
I
is
thought
what
you
we do with them.
codified it into
Yes.
another saw blade, but
No,
why do you use that?
we use it because of the type of steel. It's an M2 steel, high-speed steel that can handle quite a bit of heat as a power hacksaw blade. And because we want to grind these to a shape and sharpen them, the grinders can put develop a lot of heat and can actually burn a lot of steels. These are a lot easier to grind. So
That's wild.
so we make a couple of kind of knives that we can kind of customize for ourselves. And then we also make this sharpening stand and equipment. This is just a kit then that they can use to maintain. So we build this out of some T-slot aluminum and some other pieces, and it gives them a chance to get to know a little bit about metalworking, get used to the machines, the grinders. We use some big 2x72 belt sanders as grinders. Gives them a chance to kind of get a little bit accustomed to that before they go at the knives. And then here in bookbinding, we use this 3M micron graded film for sharpening, and we apply them to these Delrin plates. So we smooth these off a little bit, and we end up with then a sharpening stone that stays very flat, and we can replace the surface. It's an inexpensive and easily transported kind of batch of things, and then we use them like water stones.
Yeah, we just talked
after
about
that.
this the other day about sharpening systems, how each program has a different system, and we were just in PC. Stephen took us through 5 different oil stones.
They use a lot of oil stones, which is very common in that field. In other areas, using water as the lubricant is a little more common. And yeah, I think everybody here, I think maybe furniture, they might use Norton stones, do
They use Norton water stones.
Yeah, they use Norton water stones. Violin uses the
glass
Shafton
stones,
system.
Yeah.
We've settled on these for a number of reasons, but they work well for the type of steel that we're working with. They cut nicely. And, you know, just a lot of people don't, so a paring knife obviously doesn't look like a paring knife like you use in the kitchen. It's used for, this is used for edge paring leather. And this is what I'm talking about. I can just take this, I can thin this edge, for example. That's a sloppy cut, but
It
you get
doesn't
the
take
idea.
all of it off. Yeah.
So I can remove some thickness at the edge
Mhm.
with a hand knife like that. We use a lot of different tools for these things. But,
That's why I love this system of yours. You're teaching students to be familiar with some metals, and it's homemade and it's affordable.
well, and for these knives, it's very common to customize them. So that the blade angle, a lot of things about the style of the knife, people customize. I actually have probably half a dozen different knives with different shapes and stuff that I like to use for different parts of the process.
What is that one that you made?
This is the start of a disc binding tool. This is for reaching into the fold and cutting the original sewing if I want to take a book apart.
Wow. Did you make a little beveled sharp edge on the hook in there?
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's just a smaller
like a
sterret
seam
blade,
ripper.
and it's like a seam ripper, exactly. Just another example of just kind of little tools that that people can make or modify. And I think making and modifying the tools, modifying them in particular, to me, that's the difference between an amateur craftsperson and a professional craftsperson, is that a professional modifies their tools, makes them very specific, makes them work in very specific ways unique to the challenge at hand. And we rarely use off the shelf kind of tool without some modification to it to make it a little more effective.
Yeah.
So the other kind of tools that we deal with that I was alluding to in the other room were the finishing tools.
I have a question.
Yes.
A question from a guest. What percentage of the hand tools and materials are brought in by students versus purchased when they come here?
It really depends. I mean, we have students who have a little more experience before they come here. A lot of them have at least taken some workshops and maybe even worked in the field in some way on a certain level. And so people usually have some tools already. But we have here in the shop, as you know, Kristen,
Yes.
we have,
I have those
we have
red.
immediate access to just about everything that people need.
Right. Yeah. So to mention, to answer on my behalf, answering that question, Jeff and I have created a small sort of starter kit for bookbinding students that has all of the basics that you need for the first
month or
month
two
or
anyway,
two.
maybe more. Yeah.
They're the
And then
basics
we
that we'll
use them
carry
beyond that, of course, but like
Yeah.
everything you need at the beginning anyway.
Right. So you can buy that at the store, but then as he's showing us, I have the other tools that they come and buy and then just
And modify.
totally
Exactly.
rip apart and modify.
Yes. And in fact, I should say, I prefer students to not necessarily have a lot of the tools beforehand. One of the things that we really try to dig into are the qualities of tools and what's available. And there are all kinds of things out there. Some of them are expensive, some of them are not. And not necessarily one is better than the other. There are certain things that work really well. And I want to take a chance to kind of show students the things that work well. They might actually be the cheaper tool in some cases. Unfortunately, that's not usually the case, but what I try to do is really help students over the course of the 2 years invest in a collection of hand tools that are going to suit them well for their lifetime. And if their kids go into bookbinding, they can do it too. So
Right. This, like the tool thing in all of the programs here, I mean, it could be an entirely different school that we could all
just
start.
about the tools.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, so the finishing tools that we looked at in the other room, so these are the things for decorating leather bindings. First of all, this was stamped with that big
really?
pencil press, where I was talking about using a die.
Mm-hmm.
This is a recreation of Lord Byron's crest for arms.
So this is stamped as
So this
one,
was stamped,
and then this is tooled.
and this is tooled
with
with
the
a
little tools.
no, this is tooled with a roll, a decorative roll.
Okay.
And
And it has the what is it called? The splatter edge.
yeah, this has a sprinkled edge.
Sprinkled edge.
And then here's another book that I'm working on right now. It just has what we call the blind tooling in place right now. And usually what I'm doing in this case is in this case, I used handle letters, and you see a big spread of them there, of each individual letter. And I've laid them out carefully and put them on. I do this this is one way of doing this technique. I've done this blind tooling, we call it, and then I'm going to add gold. And I can show you how I do
Yeah, that'd be great.
What I'm gonna do is I'll just do, normally I would do this whole thing in one go. I'm not going to try and demonstrate that in a couple of minutes here for you.
No,
on
that's
camera.
okay. This is great.
But I'll put a little grease on there. I will transfer some gold leaf onto that tooled spot. So the gold leaf is this, it's very, very thin. I think this is maybe 125 thousandths of an inch.
My
thick.
goodness.
There's not actually very much gold there. We lay it on the surface. It's attracted to grease, so it sticks there nicely. The other thing that's happened there already is that obviously I made the impression already, but then I added a size, a heat activated adhesive that I painted in there. It's shellac. I painted that in there, and then I can take the tool, heat the tool. Let's see. Give it a second to heat up.
While you're heating that, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, of course.
From a guest, what is the balance between practical and written reading coursework in the program?
Oh, it's almost all practical hands-on work.
Mm-hmm.
In class, that's basically all we do. I'm either demonstrating or students are at their bench working and practicing the specific skills. I do, of course, give quite a bit of recommended reading material to people, and we have a large collection of books on books here at the school. We do one project that is a written kind of research paper on a topic of the student's choice, mostly just to get them looking into some topic a little bit and taking advantage of our library.
Mm-hmm.
And our materials.
Which all of that came in handy when we closed down.
Very handy.
Spring.
So yes, so when we closed in March, we switched to something I call Book Club, which we really dug into some of that material and did more talking about the reading material than we normally ever have a chance to. So that was one big chunk of the time that we spent in the spring, was just spending more time on that stuff than we normally are able to.
Yeah.
And then we also did some other projects, which we often don't get to spend as much time on as we would like. And we realized how important it is, and we're going to continue some of those. So, I mean, one of them that I can think of is some pricing exercises and estimating exercises that we always do a little bit of, but we did more of that when we were working from home, and it was very effective, very helpful for people thinking about that side of it, which is critical. I don't mean to say that we don't ever deal with that stuff, because we definitely do. I think one of the things here at North Bennett is that all of the programs are geared towards people working in the field. I mean, we want people to learn this stuff and make a living doing it. We're not just doing it for fun, even though we do have fun doing it. There's a lot of practical aspects to it. All right, I'm not paying attention here, and so hopefully I got the temperature right. We'll find out in a moment here. But what I'm going to do is put this right back in that impression that I made before, and hopefully get the gold to stick. Find out here in a second.
And this is done after this is bound?
Yeah, the book is already bound in boards. I have to finish the inside, but other than that, it is done. And then I clean away that excess gold, and I'm going to do it the quick way here, just so that you can
what is that?
See it. This is just a little lighter fluid. And because I put a little bit of grease there, the gold's kind of stuck to it. I can rub that away quickly, and you can see the gold stuck to where it's supposed to stick.
Mhm.
I have some cleaning up to do there.
Cool.
but
Wow.
it's right.
Yeah.
Clean away a little bit more of that gold, make it look nicer. Not too bad.
Yeah.
So
So then you have to do this.
all
on
of this is
every
all
room.
of these impressions are gold on this book, will be gold on this book, and a couple of these things actually will get some additional onlays, which is what this is, for example. So that I gild, and then I put a thin piece of leather of a different color over that and retool it. That's a technique, and that I'll do on a couple of spots there. Tool wise, we have, I was mentioning earlier that students sometimes do more of something than they might in the real world. Gilding is one of those things. Not everyone does a lot of this in the real world. The demand is different.
Mm-hmm.
It's very expensive to do because it's very time consuming. And so a lot of the books that we do not have as much gold tooling on them.
Mhm.
But we have an amazing collection of tools here, and students have the chance to learn this and several other techniques for gilding. And a lot of them will spend a fair amount of their time in the second year of the program practicing that so that they can do it. Building up a collection of these tools can get very expensive, and it's going to be very unusual for anyone, any individual to have a collection like we have here. We were fortunate to get a collection of tools as a gift, that many of which are were the tools from the club bindery, which was a turn of the last century bindery, fine bindery, founded by members of the Grolier Club. And these are some of the books that were done at the club bindery.
Wow.
They're quite elaborate. And a number of these are done with individual hand tools, but also plates, brass engraved plates. So,
That would
you know, it
cover
could
the whole
be
thing?
could be like a large part of that design might be done as a plate. Yeah, here are a couple of images of those.
Wow. Do you
we
have
were yes, we have a number of these. Unfortunately, we don't have the kind of that Kensal is not big enough for these. So if anybody out there has a large arming press, we're looking for a donation of a large arming press so that we can play with those. But we did get, along with those, a huge collection of hand tools, and a number of these tools here are actually from that collection. This is a tool that I'm using on that book right there, in fact.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
So we have a couple of thousand finishing tools in the collection here, which is an amazing opportunity for people to learn these skills.
So
Any other questions?
Yeah, this has been great. I just wanted to jump back to sort of the career-minded things and sort of,
yes.
I've heard you say many times that this is a lifelong education, and that, you know, making a choice to go to different places really is connected to maybe what your goals are. And I think what sets the education apart here is that the focus is on the bench work and the handwork, and that we will use chemicals, will understand the safety and the usage, but you don't necessarily need a degree in that. Can you talk a
That's
little bit
right,
about
yeah.
that?
There are things that we don't delve into here. We don't do chemistry class. And you were asking about, you know, the proportion of sort of
Practical
hands-on
versus,
versus reading. Like I say, it's almost all hands-on. It's really about the bench work. It's about those skills. The things that we do that get into aspects of that, I mean, even what Martha's working with them right now, there's certainly a great deal of chemistry involved in that. But what we're most interested in is the actual application of those different solutions. Yes, thinking about how and why they're working, why we choose one over another, things like that, but more about the actual technique of using it. So an awful lot of our graduates, for that reason, go to work as sort of advanced conservation technicians, or get into aspects of the field that I would call bench conservation, rather than the decision making about larger scale collections, care, things like that. Students that choose to come here are interested in working on objects, working at the bench, not working at a computer.
Yep.
And not thinking about how, you know, how to take care of, you know, all 18 million or however many objects there are in the Harvard collection,
Right.
but how to deal with the one that somebody puts on their bench and tells them they need to do A, B, and C with. So that's one way of answering that question, I would say. Rob.
And then that leads me also, when you're, you know, looking at candidates, what are kind of some strong qualities of candidates that you see pretty consistently?
So I like to see people have some handwork in their background. Doesn't have to be bookbinding at all. I want to know, I mean, they could have been doing some other kind of sewing or knitting or all kinds of things people have background in that shows me a connection of kind of hand and brain connection. Use of tools. If you can use a tool, you can learn to use another tool, I think.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think that it's there's a lot of that kind of thing that I'm looking at. And then I also do like to see that people have done some research into the field, into the kinds of jobs there are out there, and have at least a somewhat practical idea of what they might do with these skills. Knowing, as I said earlier, that they might learn things and head a completely different direction than what they thought they were when they first came here, but at least have some idea before they come here is really helpful.
That's great.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, sure.
So I'm just going to turn this camera around here. And we have Aaron Fletcher up next. We've got two continuing education classes today, and I hope that you'll stick around, enjoy that. I hope that you have all enjoyed your visit here to North Bennett Street School. And Jeff, thank you very much. Kristen, thank you very much. And we will see you for this portion tomorrow at 10 a.m. And enjoy the next two continuing ed classes that are coming up.
Thanks, Rob. And I also want to say thanks to North Bennett Street for asking me to teach this short workshop. Hi, everyone. I'm Erin Fletcher. I am a graduate of the Bookbinding program, and I'm a continuing education instructor at North Bennett. Over the summer, I was looking for ways to engage my 6-year-old niece over Zoom. And I found that she really enjoyed making folded books. Plus, it was really easy for her parents to source all the tools and the materials that she needed to make these books. So one afternoon, we decided to make a pocket accordion book together. And this was an idea that I had pulled from this book, which is Esther K. Smith's How to Make Books, Fold, Cut, and Stitch Your Way to a One-of-a-Kind Book. So I'm going to go over with you today how to make a simple accordion first, and then how to do the pocket accordion. This structure, by the way, is super simple for anybody to make, no matter your age or your skill level. So I'm going to have my camera switched to an overhead view now so that I can show you how it's done. Okay. Barbara, can you see my overhead camera? Can you hear me? Cool. Okay, I just can't see it very big, but we'll go ahead and move forward. All right, so the first thing I want to show you is the two models that I'm going to make for you today. So one is using just like very modest materials, things that I had just lying around my house. So both have a cord or a ribbon that I use to keep it closed. The covers on this one are just cut from food packaging. And then the pages on this one, I used part of a Barbara, I just saw in the chat, did my overhead camera go out? Can you still see? Someone is having trouble seeing it. Okay. Cool. All right. So let me, I think some of you didn't get to see that last bit. So let me go over it again. So I'm going to make two models for you guys. This first one is just made from materials I had lying around my house. And it's held together with a piece of ribbon. And then the covers, I used just some food packaging that I had lying around. And then the pages, the accordion pages, are made from a brown paper bag that I cut up. The second model, I've used some more traditional bookbinding materials. So again, this one is held together with a piece of string, and I've used a hardcover board for the covers that are wrapped in a marbled paper. And then just a kind of medium weight standard paper that we use in bookbinding called Bugra. And I've just tucked in some colored pieces so you can see the pocket aspect of this book. I also, before I do any demos, just want to talk about the materials and the tools that I'm going to be using in this demonstration. So I have a bunch of long strips of paper. I'm going to be demoing a couple of books. If you prepped for today and you only have one piece, that's totally fine. I just wanted to prep some more for you. For the cover material, so I have just an old soda can box that I'll use for the covers on one of the models. And then on the other model, I'm going to use binder's board and show you how to wrap with decorative paper. And then for the closure, because the accordion has like a spring action to it, you're going to need something to help keep it closed. So string, ribbon, cord, whatever you have to wrap around the book. Now for the tools, I have a selection of different tools that I'm going to be using. So I have a couple of pair of scissors. These heavier duty ones are going to be great for cutting the food packaging. And I just have a smaller pair of scissors that allow me to be more precise, but one pair of scissors for you guys is fine. I also have a pencil. I'm using a black colored pencil so you guys can see the lines that I'm making, but a traditional pencil is fine. Then you're going to want some kind of adhesive. Double-sided tape works just fine, a glue stick, or if you have PVA and you want to be fancy, you can use that as well. I also have this tool, which is called a bone folder. This tool is completely optional, but it does help create a really crisp fold. If you're looking to make a more like precise version of these two books, it can be handy to have a cutting mat, a ruler, and some kind of craft knife around. I don't know if I'll be using these today, but you might see them make a debut. Okay. So I'm just going to move my tools out of the way. I'm going to go ahead and do the demonstration for both of the models and then open it up at the end for questions. However, if you do have a question, feel free to put it in the chat box and I'll do my best to answer it. So before I demo the version with the pocket, I just want to go over how to successfully fold an accordion. And there are a lot of different ways that you can fold a sheet of paper into an accordion style, but not all of them yield the same results. The idea here is that you want each panel to be even and for the folded stack to be nice and straight. It's very easy for that stack to start to wander in one direction. So if you've only cut one piece of paper for this demo, feel free to just watch this portion and then you can follow me as I make the pocket accordion. So I've got my long piece of paper. I'm going to bring short end to short end. And a tip that I have to making this really nice and even and square, when I'm laying these two pieces of paper together, my two layers, I just want to make sure that they're lining up at the top and the bottom edge. Once they are, I'm going to hold it firmly in place, and then I'm going to come over to the fold and pinch it in the center first, and then crease one half, and then crease the other half. So if you don't have a bone folder, you can use your fingers just like I did. If you do have a bone folder, I'm just going to switch this. It's the same sort of path to creasing. Start in the center, drag it to one end, come back to the center, drag it to the other end. So this is the first fold. My fold here now is on the right-hand side and the open side is on the left. I'm going to bring one of those edges to the fold that I just made and make another fold. Now I'm going to flip everything over and repeat that step on the other side. We're going to go ahead and fold each of these panels one more time. So again, I'm going to take that top layer, the open edge, and I'm going to bring that edge to that fold that I just made. And I'm going to go ahead and flip over and repeat that step. So I'm going to take the top sheet and bring it over to the fold. I'm going to do this folding a bunch more times. So if you don't catch it in this first step, no worries, I'll be doing it again. So what's left is to divide these two center panels in half. And the best way that I find to do that is to take that very first fold that I made, that first center fold, I'm going to bring that fold over to this valley fold. So I'm going to take this mountain fold to this valley fold. And then I'm just creasing it. You can't see it, but it's just under this top layer. Then I'm going to take that same valley fold and bring it down, sorry, that same mountain fold and bring it down to this valley fold to divide my last panel. So things are a little kind of wonky right now. I can just alternate some of the folds, meaning folding them in opposite direction of what they currently are, because the idea is to have alternating valley and mountain folds running along your accordion. So that's the basics of folding an accordion to get the best outcome. So even panels, even stack. So let's move on to making the pocket accordion. All right, so the pocket accordion is folded practically the same way, but we're just going to start with a different fold. And that fold is going to be running perpendicular to the folds that I just showed you. When you fold this over, you're going to grab the long end at the bottom and you're going to fold it up so it covers about 1/3 of your paper. You can do this by eye if you want, or you can mark and measure. I'm going to go ahead and just mark and measure so you can see those steps. But you don't have to do that for your own. This also will just make it a little bit more even. So I'm measuring from the bottom edge here. I'm going up about 1/3 of the way on my paper. And what I'm going to do now is just line up my ruler to my 2 pencil marks. And I'm going to use my bone folder to score. So scoring is, I'm going to run my bone folder along the edge of the ruler. This creates an impression into the paper and kind of directs the paper to where I want it to fold. So I've just scored that twice, and now I can bring my paper up and crease it really nice along that fold. And since I'm going to make 2 for you guys, I'll just do that step one more time. This time I'm going to do it in a piece of brown paper bag that I cut up. And I'm going to just eyeball this one. So again, I'm just going to bring that long edge, fold it up about 1/3 of the way. And just eyeball that it's nice and straight. Okay, so from here, we can go ahead and create that accordion. So I will do that accordion fold 2 more times, and hopefully you guys will pick up the rhythm for that. So again, I'm going to start by folding it in half, and I'm going to take short edge to short edge. And then I'm going to take that top layer, fold it back onto itself, bring that short edge to the fold that I had just made. Flip it over and do that step one more time. So bring that short edge over to that center fold. I just rotated it to make it a little easier to do the next step, but my center fold is over here on the left, and that open edge that I'm going to be folding is on my right. So I'm just going to, again, take that top layer and bring that edge to the center. And fold, flip over, do the same thing. And then the last two folds are going to be in that center panel. So I'm going to take that center fold, the mountain side of that fold, and bring it down into the valley of the fold next to it, crease it, and then do the same on the other side. And then when I prop this up, I want to give myself alternating valley and mountain peaks. Your outermost fold, if I'm looking at the back side, so the back side is the side without the pocket, that outermost fold should be a valley peak for this book to kind of fold properly. So starting with the valley peak, I'm just going to fold. So I've got opposite folds, and I should end with a valley peak. All right. I'll do that one more time with my other page. All right. So fold in half, short end to short end. Take that top layer, fold it back to the center. Flip, repeat on the other side. And then I'm just going to rotate it so my pocket is facing me so that I can continue with the next step. So just flipping that first layer onto itself to reach that center fold. Now, if you're working with a longer piece of paper and you want even smaller panels, you can just keep going with this, these steps of folding. So if I wanted this to be half the size, then I would take that edge and fold it back to this new fold that I just made. But this size is making a pretty skinny book already, so I'm going to stick with these sets of folds. And then that last step is to just divide those inner panels in half. So taking the mountain peak of that center fold and bringing it down to the valley, and doing that on either side of that mountain peak. And then I will unfold it and make sure my folds are alternating valley, mountain, valley, etc. Okay, so hopefully seeing the accordion done 3 times, you got the hang of it, but it's a very easy structure to just practice again on your own. I'm gonna go ahead and show you the 2 different cover styles. I'm gonna start with just the simple one, just the food packaging. If you've got food packaging, use that, or if like you have cardstock or some other kind of heavyweight material, you can use that for this next step. And I'm gonna do that on this smaller one, the paper bag version. I'm going to work from the front side of the food packaging so I can really see which area I'm going to be cutting from. I think I want to have this lime and this raspberry on my front cover. So I'm just going to take my closed set of pages and place it right on top where I'm going to be cutting. And I'm going to trace on all 4 sides. I want my cover to be the exact width and height of my pages. So this is going to be one cover. I need a back cover as well. I might find a similar design, but maybe somewhere else. I'll use this one up here. So again, I'm just going to place it and measure, or sorry, trace on all 4 sides. And then I can cut this out. So I'm going to cut one out with a pair of scissors, and then I'll cut the second one out with a blade and an Olfa knife so that you can see how to use those tools. But I'm just going to carefully cut along my pencil line. Cut as straight as I can. With my second one, I'm going to use my cutting mat and my Olfa knife. It's not necessary to have these tools or to use it for this step, but I just want to show you what it could look like. So I'm going to line my ruler up to my pencil mark, and I've got my ruler over the part that I'm going to be keeping. So I'm actually cutting on the side that I'm not keeping. So if my blade swerves at all, it doesn't cut into that material that I'm keeping. And I'm running my blade straight up and down against the ruler. Just going to trim off this excess. All right. So I'm going to go over just how to finish this version, and then I can show you how to cover with decorative paper. But I do need to cut a piece of ribbon before I can assemble everything. You just need one long piece of ribbon. The length of it is going to depend on the width of your book. For this tiny book, I've just cut it to a little longer than 12 inches. It's probably way longer than I need it to be, but I can always trim it down later. All right. I'm going to go ahead and use a glue stick for this gluing up step to make just like go a little faster, or if that's what you have at home, you can see me use the same tool. The ribbon can be attached to either the front cover or the back cover. I'm going to go ahead and glue up the back cover and attach the ribbon to that side. So I'm going to glue up the back side of this entire piece of board. And then I just want to get this waste paper out of the way so that I don't get glue on my project. And I'm going to put this on the right-hand side, just kind of eyeballing that it's somewhere in the middle. I'm going to take my pages, I'm going to collapse them. So I want the pocket to be on the inside and at the bottom. And then I'm going to place this right on top of my little boards and line up all 4 sides. I want to just apply a little bit of pressure so that my pages stick to my board. I'm going to open it up and apply more pressure, smooth it out, make sure there's no air pockets, make sure all of those edges are sealing to that board. And then I'm going to set that to the side, grab my front cover, and do the same steps. So glue the back side completely. Grab my project. Again, keep it closed and then place your front cover on top. Make sure it's lining up on all 4 edges. I'm going to apply some pressure to the outside first, and then I will open it up and just smooth it out Then you can wrap your ribbon as many times as you want around your book. See, I'll go one more time. And then you can tuck the end underneath your wraps of ribbon, and this will help keep it closed. So I just want to show you really quickly how you can wrap if you want to use a decorative paper. So I have my board cut to the size of my folded pages, and then I have my decorative paper cut down so that it has 15 millimeters, or like 3/4 of an inch around all 4 sides. I'm going to use what's called PVA, which is a traditional binding glue. And I'm going to brush up the entire back side with glue. So I'm going to hold it here at the bottom, and I'm going to brush out from the center. I want to go this direction so that I don't catch the front side and get glue on my marbled paper. Once that's glued up, I'm going to hold the glue side down so that I can glue up the remaining part of the paper. And then I'm going to just plop my board onto the back side of the paper, just eyeballing that it's somewhat centered. And then I'm going to do some trimming at the corners so that I can fold these bits in, which are called the turn-ins. So I'm going to cut the corner off completely. I'm leaving a distance that is at least as wide as the board. And then I'm going to come in from the long side and make a little snip right up to the corner. So I'm going to do that on all of the remaining corners. And then all of these short edges, I'm going to fold in first, or the 2, there's only 2. And then this little flag that I have here, I'm just going to fold it around the corner. So this little flap just gets folded around the corner, kind of pushed onto the edge, long edge of my board. And then I can go ahead and fold over these long edges. So that was a really, really quick demonstration on covering. We have a couple of minutes left. If there are any questions, I'll just quickly run through the chat. But this would be attached to the pocket accordion in the same way. You could either glue up the back side of the page, or you could glue up the inside of the board and laminate it to the outer page. So those are the 2 versions of the pocket accordion. As I mentioned, it's a super easy structure for any age or skill level. I made these books with my 6-year-old niece. It can be really quick to make, and it's great for holding like small little treasures. It could also be a really lovely structure to make if you're creating an artist book. You don't have to use blank pages. You could use a decorative paper or even decorate blank paper before you do any folding. I think that the options are kind of endless for this little structure. Since I don't see any questions, I hope you enjoyed this little demo. Thanks again to North Bennett for having me on, and happy bookbinding, everyone. Up next is Sue Muldoon, and she's teaching another short class, Seat Weaving Show and Tell. Thanks, everyone.
All right, camera's on. I'm unmuted. How's everybody doing today? My name is Sue Muldoon, and I am a seat weaver, and I own Redo For You. And I have taught some classes at North Bennett. I did a demo last year for the furniture making students and also a class for 20 students. And I was supposed to teach continuing ed live, but instead we ended up doing it virtually. So today we're going to make a snowflake. I'm going to show you a little PowerPoint first. So I'll share my screen. Whoop. Okay, here we go. Okay, so we're going to make a reed snowflake. Welcome to the class. Making snowflakes came as a byproduct of weaving chairs. I had lots of leftover material and I don't throw anything out. I started basket making and then I started making some snowflakes. My first class at North Bennett was for the furniture students, where I wove a seat with ash and a herringbone pattern. After the demo, I showed them how to make a snowflake with the leftover ash strips. In December 2019, I taught 20 furniture students how to weave a porch weave stool and a natural rush stool on double-ended stools that they created. We used a pre-twisted natural rush that's on the left, and which is a good substitute for natural rush chairs that are usually done on a cattail. Those are really difficult chairs to do. And this is a product that's imported from Vietnam, actually, and it's twisted seagrass. And
Hi, Sue, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. We unfortunately can't see your screen at the moment.
You can't see the screen? I did share screen. Hang on. Sorry about that. Can you see it now?
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Sorry about that. Let me go back up and I'll just do a little recap. So that was me teaching the class. And this is the pre-twisted natural rush. And this is a completed porch weave stool over on the right-hand side. This is called New England porch weave. And the rush was done in a pre-twisted fiber rush. And the students came from all over the country, which was pretty cool. Most of the students were located in the Northeast, but we went all the way from Seattle to Oregon, San Diego, Houston. It was a lot of fun. There are instructions that you can download, and I'm not going to go over all of them right now. I'll do a step-by-step, but there is a link to download the instructions. So this is what we're going to be making today. We're going to do it with paper. You can do it with cardstock that's available at craft stores. And I get my reed at H.H. Perkins in North Haven. There are other suppliers around the country. And at the end of the PowerPoint, I have a direction to go to directories where you can also get reed. You can use specialty papers, and I did these just for this class today. I did some with musical notes for maybe our violin makers or our piano tuners, and then I found some cute little patterns with keys on it for our locksmiths. We're making the smallest size right now with just 3 leaves on it, but you can make these as large or small as you want, and it depends on your material and how big you want to make it. I ended up making some trees with them, and that was kind of haphazard. A customer came in to pick up a chair, and I had made a bunch of snowflakes and stacked them up, and she said, "Are you making trees?" I said, "Of course I am." So, and you can make them any color too. You can dye your own reed. I use grit dye. You can also use basket dye, and you can use natural dyes. And if you do decide that you want to take a seat weaving class, it's a portable project and you can do seat weaving just about anywhere. So this is me, it's redoforyou.com. I purchased my supplies at hhperkins.com. Wickerwoman.com has a list of cane and basket supplies. And I'm also a member of the Seat Weavers Guild. And if you want to check them out, it's a wonderful organization. And there are about 175 members right now around the country. So everybody says it's a dying art, and we know that it's not. All right, so I'm going to stop my share. All right, so this is the set of instructions that you can download. And I'll show you first some of the stools that we did make. This is the porch weave that we did at the class. It was a little bit different. The students made their own stools. They were double-sided for economy of time. And we did porch weave on one end and natural rush on the other one. This is this is a fiber rush, and this is one that we did in our continuing ed class. So the classes were pretty popular. They sold out quickly, so we had to repeat them. So there's an awful lot of interest in seat weaving. So we come up again, we hope you'll take a chance and learn how to weave some chairs. So I'm going to start with my snowflake. I'm using paper today because I figured most of you would have paper instead of reed. So the reed is a little bit heavier and thicker. This is what it looks like. They look like in paper, and this is reed. These are a little bit more substantial. Like I said, you can make them bigger. This is the same pattern, but it's done with a 1-inch wide ash, but it's the same pattern as this. So it just depends on what you want to make. So I'm going to start. Do we have my overhead? I'm trying to.
Yep, Sue, if you could just turn on the camera for that second camera.
And I did a while ago. Let me check. Sorry about that. All right, is that showing? Well, my camera's on.
On Zoom, is there an opportunity for you to click the start video button there?
Yeah. All right, you guys get to see the ins and outs of doing stuff online. I usually do this with a Zoom originating from me, so it's just a little bit different. Start my video. There you go. Better, Barb?
Yep, we see you now. As soon as your
Okay.
hand is out of the way, then I think you're all set.
All right. No, I gotta reverse it. Sorry, guys. I'm into safe driving mode. Well, let me do it this way. All right, can we see overhead?
Not yet. It seems like it went off again, Sue. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Oops. And Sue, looks like you're muted now. So if you could unmute your main, whichever camera.
All right.
Yep, we can hear you now.
Okay. It's not a day doing stuff virtually if something doesn't happen. So I folded these in half just to make a little crease so I know where my center is. I'm going to put a dot of glue. I'm using super glue, but you can use a glue stick. So that was under. This is going to go over. So this is under, over, under. I'm going to take my next red strip and I'm going to go over, under, over. I'm going to put a couple little dots of glue here and then just slide it down. And put a clothespin on there to hold them. There's a glue. You can also use little clamps. Okay, so we want to keep these straight. I'm going to put another little dab of glue here. I'm not going to bother clamping it, but just press it down. And then on the other side, I'm going to go over the red, under the green, and over the red. Make sure they're nice and even and square. A little dab of glue. Sorry about the technical stuff, guys. Okay, so we're going to glue all four corners. Put down another little dab of glue. We'll let that sit for a minute. And then I'll take my second set and do the same thing. A little dab of glue and we fold it in half first. Okay, I'm going to go, since this went over, this one's going to go, oh, I'm going to go this way. Over. And over. So you got under, over, under. And since this one went over, I'm going to do this. So you got over, under, under, over, over, under. I'm going to put two little dabs of glue on there. If you're using super glue, be careful about getting it on your fingers. It'll come off with fingernail polish remover, acetone. I'm going to keep a little bit of space in here. I'm not going to weave them real close up to each other. So a little dab of glue. That even. Make sure that's square. Okay, and then I'm going to go over and under and over. This has a plain side and a pattern side, so I've got the pattern side up. The green is just plain on both sides. A little dab of blue. Yeah. Now, if you wanted to make these bigger, you would just make them, cut the paper longer and add more pieces out from the center. Okay. And I'm going to put a little dab of glue. Okay, so those are our two pieces. Hold that glue down a little bit on these two spots. These dry pretty quickly with a super glue. If you're using a white glue or an Elmer's glue or a glue stick, it might take a little bit longer. That's pretty good. So the next thing I'm going to do is take the wrong sides. I'm going to put one down flat, and I'm going to turn the other one 90 degrees. So I've got this square over that square. I'm going to line up this point with the middle piece. And then I'm going to take my outside pieces, my red pieces, and just put a little dab of glue on again. Hold that, put another dab on top of that one. And don't worry about going right to the end. We're gonna trim those off later. So I like to go from one side to the other so it stays nice and even. I'm gonna take the outside piece and bring it into the center. Flip it. I'm going to do all four sides on my first side. Take your outside pieces and go to your center. Okay, so that's one side done. I'm gonna flip it over and do the same thing on the other side. So you can, if you're gonna do one that's bigger, you have your centerpiece, and then you just sequentially just bring everyone in and just keep on building more layers onto the sides. Anybody has any questions along the way, just put them in the chat box and let me know. Okay, so that's 2 on that side. I got this craft paper at Joann's. Some of it I got at Michael's. You can use regular cardstock or for kids construction paper. And I think it would be fun if you wanted to do something special. It would be to print something on a piece of cardstock that you like, and do it with your own, you know, like maybe marble paper would be kind of fun. Right, so I'm gonna let that sit for a minute, so before I cut it, but I have another one all set up that I did with Reed. So we'll just show you that. So this had red centers, and then it had 2 pieces of white, and then I added on 2 pieces of green. So when I did these, I would first bring up to the red center pieces, the green pieces, and I go all the way around and do the green, and then I go all the way around a second time and do the white. There's a quick way, especially if you're doing a lot of these. Trim them up after you're done. And I'll usually go all the way around one side, cutting them over to the right-hand side instead of making my scissors go back and forth. So I'll cut everything on one side. Right there. So all that's done, now I'll just flip it over and do that side. If you make them out of paper, they're probably going to be a little bit flatter because the material is a little less substantial. This one was a little bit thinner material than the cardstock. It was more of a paper. So it's actually kind of flat. These make really nice tree toppers. And I like them for gift packages. I'll take something, a small gift, and wrap it up in tissue, and I'll put it inside the snowflake. So that way I'm giving a double gift. I'm giving a really nice handmade craft, and I'm putting the gift on the inside. So this should be dry by now. They're sticking pretty well. They look nice and all white. I like to make them when I'm showing how to do them with 2 colors because it's a little bit easier to differentiate it. Again, we're going to trim all on one side. Flip it over and trim this side. There you go. There's your snowflake. Does kind of look like it's snowing in here, huh? Hey, thanks, Lori. Is there a recording of this? Oh, I know, it is hard to keep up. I'm replying back to Mary Elizabeth. Yes, there is going to be a recording. And if I'm looking over here to the side, it's not because I'm not paying attention to you, it's because I've got a big monitor over here because I can't see my laptop way out in front of me. And thanks, Lori, for saying I'm cool as a cucumber. Yep, and then there's the YouTube page. Oh, great, I'm gonna mess up all my stuff on YouTube too. How about that? Trials and tribulations. It's okay, we get through it. This is live. At least my cats didn't jump on my table this time. They did that once before, but only once. And I learned afterwards. So, does anybody else have any questions? Well, it is 2:58. We have a couple of minutes left. But I think we're all set. So I would like to introduce you to Colleen Walsh-Powell. She is the Director of Development, and I'm going to hand it off to her. All right, and I thank everybody for coming and watching Snowflakes.
Thank you, Sue. That was so fun. I learned a couple crafts I can share with my kids. My name is Colleen, as Sue said. I'm the Director of Development. I have the happy task of signing us off for the day. Thank you so much to everyone who attended. We saw you signing in from New York and Virginia and Texas and California, and we were just so glad for you to share this day with us. There are 2 more days left of our virtual open house, so we hope you can check back in Tuesday and Wednesday this week. Our full schedule is available on the website, nbss.edu. If you have any additional questions about anything you saw today, if you want to go back and re-watch something, you can see all of this content on our YouTube channel. And you can also send us any questions via the website. Our contact information is easy to find, and we're a small school, so a real person will get it and answer you quickly. Thank you again so much. I hope everyone has a great afternoon, and thanks for your interest in North Bennett Street School. Bye.